Pleased to be back here and to have an opportunity to share with the New York community information dealing this time with my latest publication, the second volume of Browder file essays entitled Survival Strategies for Africans in America, 13 Steps to Freedom. This book comes out, it's essentially a work in progress because in detailing these survival strategies, I went from 7 strategies to 10 and decided to make it 13. Those of you who've read the Browder file can understand why I made it 13. But the idea behind putting this information together has a lot to do with the work that I've been doing over the last several years, traveling across the country and sharing with audiences information about African and African American history and culture, and really trying to do my part to help raise the consciousness of our people. And several issues became crystal clear to me. One is that we need to become aware of the crises that is confronting us as a people. And we need to move beyond just coming together just to talk, coming together just to meet. And we have to put together some clear-cut plans of actions in order to ensure that we will be able to survive, whether it's in New York, whether it's in Chicago, whether it's in LA or anywhere. And so in this particular book, what I wanted to do was to try to articulate as best I could specific issues that I thought were of vital importance for African people, wherever we find ourselves, to begin to become aware of, and then to process within our procedure to reclaim ourselves. The book is broken down into 3 sections. The first section focuses on the African mind. The second section focuses on the African body. The third section focuses on the African spirit. And I believe wholeheartedly that it's important that we reclaim our minds, begin to heal our bodies, and to reconnect with that African spirit within all of us in order for us to begin to do the great work that stands before us. It's also critically important that we realize that we are truly unique people, but we can't continue to talk about what we've done in the past if we are seeing our cities and our communities being destroyed every waking day. We're going to have to begin to do some work. And there's nothing wrong with work. Once you understand the benefits behind work, you begin to develop a greater understanding and appreciation of the time that it takes to begin to develop strategies that will not only benefit you, but benefit the lives of those who will come behind you. And I'm a firm believer that everything that we do, everything that we say, everything that we think has to be done for the sake of those who are coming behind us. Now, I won't be around for another 60, 70 years, but the things that I do will set in motion a process which will benefit my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. And so we have to begin, as the brother said, we have to put our eyes on the prize, and the prize ain't us. You know, the prize is like 7 generations down the road. And when we can begin to shift our focus, shift our consciousness, and then to have that focus begin to affect every aspect of our being, then we can begin to see some specific changes come about in our thoughts and our actions and within our communities. And then we instill those beliefs and that motivation into another generation who now has a foundation upon which to build. And so my latest publication, Survival Strategies, is just my contribution to that effort. One of the things that motivated me to put this book together comes out of an experience that I had 7 years ago. I was invited to do a presentation during Black History Month in Washington at a government agency. I speak for a number of African organizations throughout the city, and one particular organization entitled Blacks in Government has an annual conference, usually in Washington, D.C., and I've been doing that conference for a number of years, and then members of that conference who work within various government agencies throughout the country will usually invite me to come out and do a presentation. So February of 1990, I was invited to come and do a presentation for this government agency. And it wasn't until I arrived at the facility that I was informed that it was a subsidiary of the CIA. It was a real interesting experience. And we got brothers and sisters working in all branches of the government. as well we should, because they have access to knowledge and information which we need to be aware of. But in this particular instance, I was very conscious of where I was and who I was talking to, but I also felt that I needed to do a good job. And whenever I'm speaking at a governmental agency, I'm always interested to see how I'm going to be introduced. Not so much a matter to hear what they say about me, but hear what they don't say, what things they don't include in my bio. But in this particular instance, the guy who introduced me, the head of that facility, a little short, Peter Lorre-looking European guy, he came up to the podium and he introduced me to the audience and recited my bio from beginning to end. Okay? The interesting thing was that he was not reading from anything. All right? And then he changed one last sentence in my bio, in my introduction. He stated that, saying to the audience now, Tony is in the same business that we're in. The only difference is, rather than gathering information crucial to the existence of the United States, he gathers information crucial to the existence of the survival of African Americans. And I thought about, the impact of that comment didn't hit me until a couple of days later, once I began to really get a better understanding of information gathering agencies, whether it's the CIA, the FBI, Army Intelligence or Navy Intelligence. Intelligence gathering agencies exist primarily to gather data on their enemies. That data is then analyzed and then disseminated to people within the agency, who would then determine how that information is going to be used in order to ensure the survival of that agency, of that nation, and of those people. And so when I thought about his comments from that context, I said, well, essentially that is what I'm trying to do, trying to gather information, document information that is crucial to the survival of African people. It's also important that in the process that information be used not just to help us survive, because, an animal can survive. We need to move beyond just functioning in survival mode and begin to map out processes of thinking, map out changes in our behavior so that we can achieve this elusive thing called freedom, all right? And we can begin to raise our children within an environment in which they, as free people, will be able to do the things necessary to ensure their development as human beings. Right? And it is a process that we have to go through in order to do these things. So what I'm going to do this evening is to go through these survival strategies and to use some visuals to help illustrate some of the themes, concepts, and ideas that I'm going to be introducing to you this evening. I am, by formal training, an artist, a designer. I have a PhD in nothing. I'm not trained as a historian. I began to develop an interest in African history and culture only after I graduated from Howard University and realized that I had been miseducated. Realized that all of my life, even though I had gone to predominantly black schools, I was learning about other people's history, culture, philosophy, other people's God concepts. And it wasn't until late that I began to realize that I had a history, I had a culture, I have concepts of God that I felt were crucial to my development as a person. And so when I began to shift my focus and study our history and our culture, my life was transformed. Specifically, when I made my first trip to Egypt with Dr. Ben in 1980, my life has not been the same. And so I'm eternally grateful to Dr. Ben and other scholars who have paved the way for me to do the work that I'm doing now. And so as a result of my coming to that level of awareness, then I have sought within my own being to seek out information that is going to help me perfect my essence as a person of color, as a person of African descent. So I submit these survival strategies to you this evening. The method through which I'm going to present this information is through lecture as well as through visuals, because Through my training as an artist, as a designer, my experience in the field of advertising, I understand the power of images to speak to the subconscious mind. And so it's quite helpful to use some of those images to convey concepts and ideas, to reinforce some of the concepts and ideas that I'll be sharing with you. So let me begin by going through these 13 steps, survival strategies for Africans living in America. First step is that racism and white supremacy are the most persistent problems confronting African people in America, okay? For those of you all who live in New York, you know that to be a fact. So it's critically important that we understand some basics. One is that, first of all, there is no such thing as race. The concept of race was created by racists in order to devise a system that would categorize humanity by color and assign the lowest ranking of intelligence and accomplishments to people with darker skin. German scholars at the University of Göttingen in the latter part of the 18th century literally created this concept of race, created the term Caucasian, and develop an educational system which set in motion problems which we are still experiencing today, all right? We need to realize that while there is no such thing as race, and as Professor John Jackson says in his book, Introduction to African Civilization, there's only one race, the human race, which had its origins in Africa. And so if we are familiar with the research done by geneticists and anthropologists and paleontologists, we know that everyone on this planet is of African descent. We were the first human beings. So it becomes critically important that we understand that, but we also must begin to understand that there is such a thing as racism and white supremacy. And I agree wholeheartedly with Dr. Francis Welsing's theory, notion, that racism and white supremacy are synonymous, and that they represent an attempt by people who are a minority on the planet to shift the consciousness of people into believing that they are the minority, and to accept the fact that the true minority, the European, is the most intelligent, is the most spiritual, is the most gifted people on earth, which is nothing but a lie. And so when you begin, let me just share some information with you that comes out of a book written by Brother Kwame Ntambu, entitled Egypt and Afrocentric Geopolitics. This one paragraph surmises the essence of what I want to offer you with regards to this topic. He says, in 1492, Europeans controlled only 9% of the world. Within 300 years afterward, they colonized 1/3 of global humanity. By 1880, Europeans ruled over 2/3 of the globe. By 1935, they were in political control of not only 85% of the planet's resources, but also 75% of the world's population. In the 1990s, Europeans now control 85% of the world's population through its weapon of geopolitics or the New World Order. Now, the question is, why have they done this, or how have they done this? Because they have been blessed by God with the right to go out and control and dominate people in the world? Or has it been because of the creation and implementation of these systems of racism and white supremacy? That is, to convince the world that white is supreme, white is right, and to educate us, to train us within religious institutions, to believe that lie, and then to submit to these people continually with our minds, with our bodies, and our souls. It is this submission which keeps them in power. And so one of the things that we have to realize is that racism and white supremacy are realities, but they should never be used as excuses for failure. All right? They exist, just like gravity exists. But if you understand the nature of gravity, then you can design a craft that will defy gravity and move you from one point of the planet to the other, all right? So we have to begin to understand the nature of racism so that we can devise strategies to go around it, to go through it, to go over it, to do whatever is necessary to accomplish our objectives. Right? So let's be clear on that. The racism and white supremacy are the most persistent problems confronting Africans living in America, but these problems can be dealt with and can be overcome. Right? The second step advises us to become aware of the power of the media. Why? Because the media, television, film, radio, video is the most powerful, they are the most powerful forms of communication and mind manipulation the world has ever known. Through the media, you have the ability to influence the thought and the behavior of millions of people throughout the planet in a matter of seconds. Okay? Now, if this powerful form of mind manipulation has been devised and primarily utilized by people who are racist and white supremacists in their thinking, then they will use this tool to expand their control and their power and their stranglehold on people. So we have to become aware of these realities and then begin to develop strategies to protect ourselves from the media. Okay? Now, what I wanted to do at this juncture is to share with you some images, drawing upon my experience in the field of advertising and design, and share with you some images that will help to make you keenly aware of the pervasive nature of racism in the media. I want to share some images that some of you may have seen before, but help you begin to process how this information should be analyzed in order to insulate yourself from the negative effects of images that you'll see in print, on television, and we'll talk a little bit more about how to deal with that. A couple examples, and let me just slide this over here. Let me share with you this image, which some of you may have seen before, all right? When O.J. Simpson was arrested, the LA Police Department took this mug shot of him. This picture appeared on the cover of Newsweek magazine, June the 21st, 1994, okay? That same picture also appeared on the cover of Time magazine. Here is the same picture on the cover of Time magazine, okay? Now, what happened is that the people at Time intentionally manipulated the image of O.J. Simpson, intentionally darkened the image of O.J. Simpson in order to project in the minds of the public this ominous image of a black man, in order to convince the world that by virtue of the fact that he is black, then he is automatically guilty. Now, what was interesting is that the editor of Time magazine received so much flack for the intentional manipulation of this picture that they wound up apologizing in the second issue. And the editor, Jim Gaines, apologized. Essentially, in stating his apology, he says, to the extent to which this image offended anyone, I apologize. But it was not our intent to portray him as black and to suggest that black was evil. Now, the important thing that we have to become critically aware of is that whenever Europeans whenever their racist intentions in the media are exposed, they will issue a standard apology. And we need to be aware of that apology and know how to deal with it, to be able to realize that the apology is unacceptable and yet be able to formulate significant plans of action. Now, let me share with you some other images that have also come out in the media that represent how others see us. Okay, and it's important to realize how others see you, all right? Because what you will see in the images created in the media is their impression of you. And that impression, again, has the ability to influence millions of people throughout the world. In September of 1993, AT&T published in their newsletter 300,000 copies of this newsletter was circulated to AT&T employees throughout the world. And it wasn't until the African American employees at AT&T received their newsletter and registered their complaints that the management at AT&T began to apologize for this illustration. What you see here is a cartoon depicting various people using the telephone equipment which is manufactured and produced by AT&T. You see in North America, a Caucasian on the telephone. In South America, a Caucasian on the telephone. In Northern and Central Europe, 2 Caucasians on the telephone. But in Africa, what do you see? A gorilla on the telephone. Now, let me explain something to you about the process that material has to go through before it is exposed to the general public. You usually will have an art director, a photography director, an editor, and teams of people sit around a table and determine every single component that the public is going to see weeks, sometimes months, before it is finally put out into the public's eye. So this is no accident. For weeks, everyone sitting around that table saw this image and had no objection to an African, to a gorilla in Africa on the telephone. But when the African-American employees registered their complaints, then the editors of this particular newsletter apologized, and they said that they didn't realize this image was offensive. Sound familiar? But what it tells you is how they see you, how they see all people of African descent. All right? It's important to know, it's important to have a strong perception of self, but it's also important to understand how others see you. All right? Several months later, in Indiana, an organization entitled the Indiana State Medical Association, which sponsors an annual conference and reception, they sent out 5,000 copies of an invitation for their reception to every member of the Indiana State Legislature, as well as all of the physicians in the state of Indiana. And again, it wasn't until the African American members of the Indiana State Legislature received the invitation for the reception and registered their disgust that the person responsible for creating the invitation began to apologize. Here is the invitation. It consisted of 3 basic components. The theme of the reception was jungle fever. It had a monkey sitting on a stack of bananas. Another component within the invitation was a depiction of an African dressed as a cannibal with a bone in his nose cooking 2 white people in a pot. All right? Just so happened that the person responsible for designing this invitation happened to be of Jewish ancestry. All right? And when complaints began to come on a consistent basis, he apologized and issued the standard apology and said, I didn't realize that this image was offensive. Right? They wound up canceling the reception, and he issued apologies to literally thousands of people, and I hope he lost his job. But again, what it does is reinforce the point that others see us in a specific light, and they will use the power of the media to project those perceptions into the minds of other folk and to influence how they see you too. Let me give you another quick example, and then we move on to some other issues. Again, I'm showing you these things because I want you to realize how subtle and not so subtle these attacks are against your being. They exist all around you. And the challenge is you cannot afford to take anything for granted. Everything that you see, especially here in New York, where the media reigns in New York, you all are constantly bombarded by images and billboards and all kinds of things that assault your senses and your spirit 24 hours a day. You have to be aware of the assault and then begin to do specific things to insulate yourself from this barrage that is designed to demoralize you, whether you are conscious of it or not. And the worst thing that you could do is to participate in your own demoralization. All right? So you have to be aware of what is happening. Let me give you another example, again, using two photographs of the same, reflecting the same thing that also reflect 2 different interpretations, 2 different ideologies. In June of 1991, Spike Lee released his then latest film, Jungle Fever, which was about an interracial relationship. And the week that the film was released, 2 nationally syndicated publications featured the lead actors in the film, which was about an interracial relationship, featured the lead actors in the film on their front covers. Now, if you just saw the magazine covers independent of one another, you may not have thought very much of them. But when you compare the 2 side by side, you begin to see that there are things that you have to take note of. All right? Here's the cover of Jet magazine on the week of June the 10th, 1991. Okay? Here's the cover of Newsweek magazine, the week of June the 10th, 1991. Okay? Now, so I take it you all see, you get the message, right? Now, let me share something with you. Let me share something with you about images in the media. Everything that you see is important, has a meaning. As I mentioned earlier, the art director, the photography director, the other designers determine where every single component is going to be placed within any advertisement. So what you see here is no accident. What you see here reflects the mentality, the philosophy of the editorial staff of that specific publication. All right? Another thing that I want you to be aware of is that in photographs, particularly, placement is critical. Particularly when you have two people next to each other, height denotes power, importance, okay? Look at this image, Wesley Snipes. He's placed in a position which suggests that he is inferior, subservient to the European female. What this image does is to support the unspoken hierarchy which exists within this country. That hierarchy is white male, white female, black male. Contrast that positioning to this positioning on the cover of Jet magazine. Huh? Okay? But also, Brother Brown, can I ask you, is it possible to shift that light a little bit so that we can see the images a little bit clearer? Because I want you all to take note of a couple of things. Look at their pictures here now. They're smiling, they're snuggling, which supports the philosophy of Jet magazine. Jet magazine says, we're all human beings, and we all should just learn to get along and be happy together. One big happy family, right? That's Jet's philosophy. Jet is a nice Negro publication, and we have to understand it for what it is. Contrast that positioning to this one. Now, you have to see it. You have to see it because you have to learn how to analyze what you see. Analyze what you see. You'll notice that Wesley Snipes is in a subservient position, but you also notice that the artist, he's not smiling, exactly, all right? The artist darkened his face and lightened her face. Why? In order to reinforce the title, the theme of this particular issue, tackling a taboo. Taboo is the largest word on the cover. That is a design. It is a design. All of these elements, all of these decisions were made by people who have a specific agenda. All right? So you can't afford to drop your guard for 1 second if you're living in a racist and white supremacist society which uses media as a tool to denigrate you every single second of your life. One of the things that we've done in the book, Survival Strategies, each of the steps is broken down into 3 components. The first component is like an inspirational message which introduces the step. The second component is the historical data which substantiates that step. The third component is like a prescription that gives you the information that you need in order to overcome this problem, right? The whole idea is to give you tools to overcome the problems and the obstacles which face us every single day. And I believe wholeheartedly that, we can't just come and talk about problems without beginning to offer solutions to those problems. And so the book is structured in that manner. The third step is perception precedes being. You are who you believe you are. All right, that's important because our perceptions of self were given to us by people who have historically hated us, devalued our history, our culture, our God concepts, our women, our appearance, our hair texture, the shapes of our noses. All of these things have been made to be undesirable. So if these perceptions have been given to us, then one of the things that we have to begin to do is to take responsibility for changing our perceptions of reality. It becomes critically important then, because of the fact that we live in an English-speaking nation, to understand the power of words to influence our perceptions. Ossie Davis raised this issue in an article that he wrote in 1967 issue of the Journal of the Negro History Bulletin. Article was entitled "The English Language is My Enemy." And he spoke specifically on the fact that this language denigrates blackness. He stated that there's approximately 124 adjectives for the word black, and over 50% of those adjectives are negative or derogatory. And when you think of the terms that we use on a regular basis, when you talk about the fact that somebody was blackmailed, somebody was blackballed, somebody was blacklisted, you talk about the significance of Black Friday or Black Tuesday, you talk about a black cat. Everything that is black is negative, is derogatory, is evil. White, on the other hand, represents virtue. A little bitty lie is called what? A white lie, right? Black cake is called what? White cake is called what? All right? Something as simple as food reinforces negative stereotypes, or reinforces lies if you buy into the perceptions. So then it becomes critically important that we change our perceptions, particularly since we are people of a darker hue who have sometimes called ourselves black. We have to realize how blackness has been portrayed. I'm getting ready to go back to that. Sorry. We have to realize how blackness has been used in the media, all right? Black is evil, black is undesirable. And share with you a couple of ads. This one particular ad comes from Benetton Company, an Italian clothing company, which has as this campaign the slogan, "The United Colors of Benetton." And in all of their ads, they usually show a person of African ancestry and a person of European ancestry, the two extremes of the color spectrum, in order to sell their products. Here is one particular ad. Okay? Okay? Here you see a very angelic, blonde-haired, blue-eyed European child standing next to an African brother whose hair has been cut in the shape of horns, reinforcing the lie that black is evil and white is good. So if your children don't understand this, then they're going to begin to see this and accept this as a normal fact of life. We have a responsibility to do everything possible to change our children's perceptions of themselves. Another example of this theme of black being evil and white being good. Here is an ad from a short-lived television program on ABC about 10 years ago. The program is entitled "Good and Evil." It's about two sisters. Good sister is dressed in white. The word good is written in white letters, has a halo over the G. The evil sister is dressed in black. The word evil is written in black letters, has horns coming out of the E and a tail coming out of the L. Again, reinforcing the lie that you all, blackness is evil, white is pure and godly. And so when we begin to become aware of these issues, begin to become more sensitive to these issues, and try to raise the level of consciousness, raise the level of sensitivity among our folk, they often tell us, you're just too black. How can I be too black? It's what I am. I've never heard anyone accuse a Korean of being too Korean or a Jew of being too Jewish. You are who you are. You are who the Creator made you to be. So it is your obligation, it is your responsibility to be the best person you are. So even within my family, because my life is essentially no different from yours. Those of you who come to the lectures here, who hear the various speakers talk about our history and our culture, and they go back home and try to share this information with your husbands or your wives, your girlfriends, your boyfriends, family members, they look at you like you're crazy. Where you coming here with that African stuff, We don't need that, right? They don't want to hear because they have been conditioned to accept European perceptions of Africans, of blackness. But we've got to work overtime. We've got to love those folk because they've been brainwashed, just as we have been brainwashed, just as we are still brainwashed. All right? But we've got to work overtime to change our perceptions of self, our perceptions of the world. In one particular instance, I had an opportunity, a very wonderful opportunity, to share with my family members the value of understanding who we are and protecting our images. In this one particular example, we had a birthday party for my mother, a surprise birthday party for my mother. Family came down to Washington from Chicago for a surprise birthday party. And friends of my mother who had worked with her in Chicago, who were not able to come, sent cards and sent gifts. And as we were sitting around the table opening the gifts, she opened a card from two white co-workers that she had known for years, for over 20 years when she worked in Chicago. And they sent her this card. All right? Card reads, no gifts, no drugs, no sex. It has a picture of this fat black woman wearing a black dress with horns on her head and a pitchfork, holding a pitchfork. Okay? Inside of the card reads, the front of the card reads, no gifts, no drugs, no sex. The inside of the card reads, welcome to birthday hell. But to make a bad situation worse, my mother's good European friend wrote a note. And the note said, Annie, this is such a terrible card for such a great occasion, but the devil made us do it. Huh? So my question to her is, now these are your good friends. These are folks who like you. All right? And they sent you this card insulting you, insulting your family. Do you think for 1 minute that they would send this card to a white person? No. Because of their perceptions of us. It's all right to denigrate us, and we're supposed to laugh. It's funny. And see, that's part of the problem. We laugh too much at stuff that ain't funny. We need to begin to understand the power and the value of determining what our values are and holding everyone accountable for maintaining those values, whether they want to or not. All right? So, as we begin to become aware of ourselves, of our history and our culture, we begin to understand the power of information, the ability of information to transform consciousness, which leads us to the fourth step. The fourth step is information is power, but power is nothing without control. As a result of seeking out information, coming to lectures, reading books, we're able to begin to expand our perceptions of selves and our perceptions of the world. But one very critically important component that we have to begin to look at is that everything that we've been exposed to comes out of books, comes out of tapes and lectures. We have to begin to question the sources of that information. See, because if the information that we're accessing, if the information that we're using to liberate ourselves is flawed, then it means that our attempt to liberate ourselves is also going to be flawed. The information can empower you if it's accurate information and if it's used correctly, but it can slow down your progress, your development. If you aren't truly able to understand the quality of the information that you have. Information is power, but power is nothing without control. So you have to begin to control the sources of information that you have at your disposal. Right? There's an ad that I saw that I think really gives heart to this term, to this concept. Information is power, but power is nothing without control. It's an advertising campaign that was produced for Pirelli Tires, the Italian tire company. And they have opted to use Carl Lewis as the spokesperson for their product. And so they have a series of ads where Carl Lewis in the ads, and here's just one example, Carl Lewis in the ads is the personification of the tire. He's even wearing a jogging outfit that has on it a tread design. So he is the tire. He is the Pirelli tire. And they show him performing impossible feats, which suggests that these tires will allow your car to do similar things. And again, the tagline is, power is nothing without control. The power of your vehicle means nothing if you can't control it, if you don't have the right tires when the rubber meets the road, all right? And in this particular instance, Carl Lewis is shown running on water. And the line underneath it says, Pirelli tires handle water in ways that you've never imagined, which suggests to the viewer that these tires will help your car prevent the hydroplaning when you drive on wet surfaces, okay? That's significant. When I was traveling in England a couple of years ago, I saw an ad that was a part of this advertising campaign that I had not seen in the United States, okay? Had Carl Lewis selling Pirelli tires, but showed him in a very unflattering light. Power is nothing without control. Shows Carl Lewis with 5-inch high heels, all right? It was his butt stuck up in the air, right? Reinforcing those rumors about Carl's sexual orientation, right? But the issue is this. It's a disgusting ad that was prominently displayed on billboards all over Europe. All over Europe. But it's significant to understand why Pirelli executives made a decision not to run the ad in the United States, because they were afraid that this ad would be offensive to you and that you all would boycott their products. So they made a decision, a very clear decision, to only run this ad in Europe, where Africans living in Europe had no power. Okay? So they're telling you very clearly, if you can't control your power, then others have no reason to respect you. All right? So as we move forward with the acquisition of knowledge and information, we've got to empower ourselves with that information. If not, no reason for people to respect us, because we are not acting, we're not moving in a manner that commands respect. See, respect comes not necessarily as a result of what you say, because talk is cheap, and we've been talking too long. Respect comes from what you do. Respect comes from the legacy that you established and pass on to those who come behind you. That lets people know, that sets down a record of your seriousness. All right? So we've got to begin to understand what it takes to use knowledge and information to empower ourselves to change the world. Now, as we begin to do that, as we begin to change our minds, we will begin to understand the value of this fifth step, which is to empower your mind and begin to learn to see the world through African eyes and learn to appreciate the view. Because of the fact that we live in a society which denigrates everything that is African. We have been programmed, our people have been programmed to reject Africa. Why should I travel to Africa? I can go to Europe, I can go to France, I can go to England, I can go to Germany. What's in Africa, right? We don't understand the value of Africa, right? And so, as a result, even the things that have come from Africa, the perceptions of the things that have come from Africa have been changed by non-Africans in such a way to drive us away from it, even on a psychological level. So let me ask a question of you. Let me just do a little survey in the house to find out the extent to which all of us have been affected by conditions of racism and white supremacy. Can you make out that image? You know what that is? What is it? Wait a minute. I'm hearing different things. Some people saying it's a Sphinx, right? Everybody says it's a Sphinx, raise your hand. All right. Everybody thinks it's something else, raise your hand. All right. So most of the people in this room think that this is the Sphinx. All right. What we have to realize is that this is not a Sphinx. You've been taught, you've been trained, you've been conditioned to believe that it's a Sphinx. How can you call, Sphinx is a Greek word. How can you call something that was created by Africans over 3,000 years before Greece was established, how can you call it by a Greek name? And what is the significance of that name, and how does it affect your perception of this thing? All right? Let me show you. Brothers and sisters, that is the Sphinx. That's a Sphinx. Okay? Sphinx is a Greek word which means to strangle or to hold. All right? It's a Greek word that means to strangle or to hold. And even in many of the words that we used in the language today, many of the words are derived from Greek. Matter of fact, in the medical profession, there are muscles in the body which are called sphincter muscles, which do what this Greek sphinx did, to strangle or to restrict the flow of something. The pupil of your eye is a sphincter muscle. Every time the brother turns on this light, my pupil shrinks in order to restrict the amount of light coming into my eye so that I can see. All right? You all are sitting on a sphincter muscle right now. All right? When you get diarrhea, it doesn't work, right? You understand the value of certain things being able to control the flow of certain things, right? But the whole concept of the Sphinx comes from a story written by the Greek playwright Sophocles around 450 BCE. He wrote a play called Oedipus and the Sphinx. And in this play, in this story, and it's very important that we understand this story and its relationship to us as African people. In this story, which is a story of Oedipus Rex, became the prototype, the blueprint for all the Greek tragedies. It is the quintessential Greek tragedy. In this story, there was this Sphinx, this monster that had the head and breast of a woman, the body of a lion. The reason why it had the head and breast of a woman was because the Greeks didn't think very much of women. They believed that women were one level above scum. Greeks believed that women were inherently evil. All right? Women were a necessary evil used only to bring other male children in the world. All right, we have to begin to put this history and this culture into its correct context. The Greeks were the first so-called civilization to legitimize the concept of homosexuality. They believed that the greatest love that a man could ever experience is the love of another man. All right? And so they demoralized women at every given opportunity. And so they made the Sphinx a woman. And the Sphinx was a woman which was perched on a cliff alongside of a road which led to the city of Thebes in Greece. And the Sphinx asked the question of every person who wandered down that road. That question we now know today, it's been handed down from generation to generation, coming from the European tradition. The question we now know today is the riddle of the Sphinx. And in essence, that question is a test of one's higher order thinking, one's cognitive abilities. All right? The riddle of the Sphinx was what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening. And the more legs that it walks on, the weaker it becomes. Right? The test, the riddle was a test of your cognitive abilities because you weren't supposed to take it literally. You have to learn to read between the lines to understand the hidden message, and then to determine your response based upon your own personal experiences. But everyone who tried to answer, well, it's a 3-headed monster for so-and-so, everyone who couldn't answer that riddle was strangled by the Sphinx. Hence the word Sphinx means today to strangle or to hold. That's the history behind this word. The only person who successfully answered the riddle was this man named Oedipus, who was leaving his homeland in the northern part of Greece because he accidentally discovered, when he talked to the oracles, he discovered his destiny was to murder his father. And he was raised in the household of the king. His father was the king and loved his father so that rather than fulfill his destiny, he decided to leave his homeland and go someplace else. And as he was traveling to Thebes, his destination, he came upon this monster, the Sphinx, which said to him in a booming voice, what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening. The more legs that it walks on, the weaker it becomes. And Oedipus knew that if he didn't answer that riddle, he would be murdered. So he thought about it, gave it some serious thought, and then gave the only conceivable answer based upon examining his own personal life, and came up with the answer, man. Why? Because in the morning of his life, man, as a child, crawls on 4 legs. In the afternoon of his life, as an adult, stands erect on 2 legs. In the evening of his life, as an elder, walks with a cane, or 3 legs. So after having given the Sphinx the correct answer, the Sphinx then committed suicide by jumping off of a cliff. Oedipus then was free to continue his journey to Thebes. came to Thebes and told the people of his encounter with the Sphinx and how he answered the riddle and the Sphinx committed suicide. And the people of Thebes were so happy because the Sphinx had been terrorizing the countryside for years, and they decided to honor the bravery of Oedipus by allowing him to become the new king, because their king, Laius, had left to go on a journey and never returned, and they assumed that he was killed by the Sphinx. So they allowed Oedipus to become the ruler of this land. They even allowed Oedipus to marry the widow of the former king, Jocasta. So Oedipus married Jocasta. They had a couple of kids. They were doing well. I mean, things were really rolling in Thebes for a number of years. And then things began to fall apart. Everything started going wrong. Oedipus called the oracles to come and let him know what the problem was, tell him what he could do to solve the problem. The oracles told Oedipus, things will continue to go bad for you and your city until the murderer of King Laius is found and forced to atone for his sins. So he sent men out to scour the countryside to find out who killed King Laius. Right. A few weeks later, a guy came back in and said, King, I got some good news, got some bad news. Good news is I found the murderer of the king. The bad news is it's you. Okay? So remember, you said the oracle told you that you were going to kill your father, the king in the other land? And so you left so that you wouldn't fulfill your destiny? And as you were traveling to Thebes, you encountered this man and got into an argument with this man and killed him? Well, that man was Laius. Laius was your true father. See, because when you were born to him in Thebes, he consulted the oracles, and the oracles said that his son would kill him. So he gave you to a man who was supposed to kill you, take you out into the countryside and kill you, but the man couldn't bear to kill you, this innocent baby, so he wound up taking you to this kingdom far away, and you were brought up in the household of this king, the man that you thought was your father, okay? So when Oedipus found out the truth, when his wife/mother found out the truth, she committed suicide. And Oedipus, upon discovering that his mother killed herself, took 2 pieces of glass and blinded himself, stabbed his eyes out because he could not bear to see the world that he created. Murdered his father, married his mother, and produced 3 children, Okay? So we have to begin to understand how certain concepts come into being and have been passed down from generation to generation. We have to begin to understand those concepts and how they affect us. We have to determine what is valuable to us and what needs to be flushed down the toilet. The story of Oedipus, Laius, and Jocasta is a story of European family values. All right? It represents European family values. Let me give you some historical data. I'm not just making this up. I looked to a very prominent Jewish psychiatrist named Sigmund Freud, father of modern psychoanalytical thought, who worked with nothing but European patients. And in having his patients lay down on his sofa and describe their problems to him, he saw a pattern. And the pattern that he saw, he referred to as the Oedipus complex, which was a desire on the part of his male patients to murder their daddy so they can have sex with their mama. I'm not making this up now. So we have to begin to look at that and put that issue in its correct historical context. And we have to be able to contrast that issue and that image with this one. So you should never, as long as you live, ever refer to this as the Sphinx. You do your ancestors a disservice. One of the names for this statue, one of the African names for this statue is Heremaket. H-E-R-E-M-A-K-H-E-T, Heremaket, which means Heru on the horizon. This statue is one of the oldest statues ever made by human beings, 240 feet long, 66 feet high. It is a statue that has the head of a man, specifically the head of Heru. Who is Heru? The son of God. All right, so let's look at this African family for a second and then contrast it to the European family and determine whose view of the world, whose perception of reality, whose perception of family values should we follow, okay? Within the story that came out of Kemet, Heru's father was named Asar. His mother was named Aset. So we have Asar, Aset, and their son Heru, who we know better by their Greek names. Asar was known by the Greeks as Osiris. Aset was known by the Greeks as Isis. Heru was known by the Greeks as Horus. Okay? So Asar and Aset and Heru. Asar was regarded in the myth of ancient Kemet, the country that we now know by its Greek name, Egypt. Okay? He was the first ruler of Kemet. He brought civilization, he brought writing, he brought agriculture to the people, and was loved by everyone, except his brother, who had a problem, who was envious with his accomplishments. He was murdered by his brother, Set. Body was cut into 14 pieces and scattered throughout the land. Asar's wife, Aset, went out and found all of the pieces of her husband's body, wrapped them in a shroud, buried it. It took her 72 days to find all of the pieces and to adequately memorialize her husband, prepare his body for burial. That 72 days is the length of time that the ancient kings of Kemet used for the embalming process, 72 days, based upon this story, right? And so Aset buried her husband and honored his memory and grieved over his loss, not only because of the fact that he was a great king, but also because of the fact that she was a virgin. They never consummated their marriage vows. And so Asar, the spirit of Asar, saw his wife grieving. And so one evening, his spirit came and impregnated his wife, Aset. And then 9 months later, she gave birth to a son, Heru, who was born on the same day as his father, same birth date as his father, December the 25th. Okay? He was born, this is a story which comes out of Africa over 6,000 years ago. Okay? Heru was born specifically to avenge the murder of his father and to reclaim his father's throne on earth. He did battle with Set, and if any of you have ever gone to Kemet at the temple of Edfu, you'll see on the side of the temple a panel, 12 panels of Heru doing battle with Set. And then in the 13th panel, then Set is chained, is confined, and then Heru is prepared to ascend to the throne of ancient Kemet. So Heru then becomes the model for the hero, the model of virtue, the model of one who preserves the family honor. And then he then becomes the legitimate heir to the throne of Kemet. He becomes the symbol for divine rulership in Kemet. And then after Asar had done these things, after Heru had done these things, Asar then, being vindicated in death, is resurrected from the grave. He is resurrected, and then he takes his place on the throne of judgment and determines whether or not the souls who come before him on judgment day will go to heaven or to hell. All right? So you see within this African story, love between a woman and her husband, undying devotion on the part of the woman, love for the husband to come back and plant his seed in his wife, so that their child could then come forth and continue the legacy of the family. And then a son honoring his family's legacy, his father's legacy, restoring his father's name. Those are African family values. Those are the issues that we should be focusing on and passing on to our children, and not the Greek freaky concepts and ideas that have been destroying our spirit for so many years. So when you begin to see the world through African eyes, you learn to appreciate who you are and the legacy of those who came before you. First 5 steps are a treatment for helping you reclaim your African mind. The next 4 steps deal with the African body. And let me run through them rather briefly, because I really want to focus on the 4 steps that relate to the African spirit, okay? Step 6 is become aware of the uniqueness of your African body. Now, essentially what I mean by that is the fact that we've been led to believe that since we all are human beings, that we're all the same, which is not true. There is a fundamental difference between humans as they evolve from one stage of life to another, and there's also a fundamental differences between humans of other ethnic groups, various ethnic groups. We are not all the same. Sunlight does not affect us the same way it affects Europeans. Certain foods do not affect us the same way that they affect Europeans. So then it becomes critically important for us that we begin to understand those fundamental differences that make us who and what we are, and realize that those differences are not things that make us less than someone else or better than someone else. They just make us different. So when you begin to understand what those differences are and build on those differences, then you truly can be the best person possible. But you cannot expect those who've been responsible for miseducating you, for enslaving you, to tell you what those differences are and to show you how to accentuate your being. It's not in their best interest to do so, all right? It's our job, it's our responsibility. And once you begin to become aware of those differences, then step 7 tells us to develop cultural and holistic approaches to health. Because there are ways, specific ways that we must address specific problems that we have. There are specific things that we need to be aware of in order to maintain our health. Certain foods that we should not be eating. Certain things that we should not be drinking. As a result of us understanding what those foods and those drinks do to our bodies. Step number 8 is to become aware of our mind-body relationships. This is important because within the medical community, predominantly the European American medical community, there is a newly emerging field of medicine, which is mind-body medicine. European physicians are just now beginning to acknowledge the fact that the mind affects the body. What you think, how you think, determines your body's ability to defend itself against illness. What you think and how you think determines your body's ability to heal itself when you are ill. Okay? Now, this is knowledge and information that African healers, the Native American healers, that Asian healers have known for thousands of years, but it is just now being rediscovered by Europeans. And so, again, we have to begin to understand the power and the value of seeing ourselves through our own eyes and empowering ourselves, healing ourselves by utilizing this knowledge and information for our own personal benefit. Now, let me share with you some images that speak to this issue, particularly with regards to health. What is that image? Caduceus, okay? It is a symbol for medicine, right? Now, I would bet you $100 that if you went to your doctor, next time you go to your doctor, and ask him or her if they can tell you what this symbol is, I guarantee you they can't. They don't know, because they've never been taught the meaning of the symbol, the true meaning of this symbol. They use it, but they don't know what it means. They don't realize, number one, that this symbol is African. It comes from Kemet, from Egypt. They also don't understand that this symbol is a symbol for the human body. It represents you, all right? The various components within this symbol, the ball at the top of the symbol represents your mind. The staff that extends from the ball is a symbol which represents your spinal column. The 2 serpents intertwined around the staff represent the flow of energy, whether it's electrical energy that moves through your spinal column or whether it's the flow of blood, the circulatory system through your body. It represents the flow of energy through your body. Your body is comprised of several systems. And in order for those systems to function adequately, they must be able to move from one point to another without any impediments. When they are able to do that, then your body will be free from illness. And so the wings represent the body's ability to liberate itself as a result of it being whole. But when there are obstacles, when you eat the wrong foods, when you think incorrectly, then you begin to establish blockages within your body, which impede the flow of blood, the flow of electrical energy, the flow of hormones within your body, which then causes a blockage, and then illness to become, it literally breaks up the ease which exists within your system and creates a condition of dis-ease. And you become ill at the sight of that disturbance. And then you go to somebody who doesn't understand the significance of this system, doesn't understand the significance of your body to heal you. And you wonder why you keep getting sick. You wonder why doctors practice medicine? All right? Why they practice, right? But let me share with you the importance of this symbol and help to put it within an African context. Again, because one of the beautiful things is once you begin to get on the path of learning to understand and appreciate your history and your culture and those things related to your culture, then you can find things everywhere you go that will reinforce your value as a person, okay? Here is a drawing of Jehuti. Jehuti is the Kemetic or Egyptian Neter or god who is associated with science, medicine, and healing. This particular drawing comes from the temple of Seti I in Abydos. And on the wall is this carving of Jehuti holding in his left hand 2 staffs. And intertwined around each staff is a serpent. And each serpent has on his head a crown. One crown represents Upper Egypt, the other crown represents Lower Egypt. Each staff has a flower at its top. One flower is the lotus flower, the other flower is the papyrus flower, symbols of Upper and Lower Kemet. So these 2 symbols represent not only the nation of Upper and Lower Kemet, but they also represent the regions, the upper and lower regions of your body. So Jehuti is holding both of these symbols in his left hand. And in his right hand, he is holding an ankh, the key of life, the symbol of life. And he is holding this ankh to the nostrils of the king, Seti I. He is giving life to the king, making him whole, making him stable so that he can continue to rule his body and the land, okay? So the symbol of the caduceus, the Greek symbol of the caduceus, is nothing more than these 2 serpents combined into one particular symbol. Now, let me take you on a historical journey. Jehuti was the African Neter associated with science, writing, medicine, healing. When Kemet was conquered by the Greeks in 332 BCE, the Greeks then took this history, took these symbols, Hellenized them, and then incorporated them within the Greek system of science, of medicine. And they took this image of Jehuti, Hellenized him, and he became known to the Greeks as Hermes. Hermes is the god of medicine. And you see Hermes holding on his shoulder the caduceus, the staff of Hermes, the symbol of the medical profession. You'll also see that Hermes has a hat with wings on his hat, wings on his head, and also wings on his feet, representing swiftness of thought and swiftness of the body. All right? The two regions of the body that are moving with speed, moving with direction, moving with a purpose. So the essence of the caduceus has been embodied in the symbol of Hermes. When the Romans conquered Egypt in 30 BCE, they took everything that the Greeks had taken from the Egyptians, Latinized it, and then made it their own creation. So then the Greeks took Hermes and made him Mercury. Okay? Same personality, going through two different transformations. Right? And you see Mercury. Mercury is the same as the little FTD man. Okay? Mercury is also the messenger of the gods. Right? He's carrying the same symbols. These symbols also speak to you, speak to processes which take place within your body. And if you begin to understand how to interpret these symbols correctly, then they can be your keys to a long and healthy life. Because they are telling you that there are certain ways that you have to begin to see your life as an African person in order to be whole, in order to be healthy. The 9th step is entitled Familiarize Yourself with the Mysteries of Melanin. All right? And this step is designed specifically to help us deal with a very important aspect of life, which for so many years, knowledge of which has been intentionally withheld from us, right? Based upon the fact that every person, every living being on this planet has melanin in their bodies. Those who have greater degrees of melanin are going to be darker. Greater degrees of melanin in their skin are going to be darker. But you not only have melanin in your skin, but you also have it in every vital organ within your body. There are melanated centers, black centers, where melanin comes from the Greek word melanos, which means black. So there are black centers within your body which regulate the growth, development, and function of those organs. Your brain, your heart, your intestines, the reproduction centers are all centers within your body that are energized with melanin, energized by melanin. Within your brain, there's an organ within your body called the pineal gland, which sits in the center of the brain and regulates the secretion of hormones. Hormones are those chemical messages which flow from your pineal gland and pituitary gland, which regulate practically every element within your body, every function within your body. Hormones are described as chemical messages from the brain. The word hormone is derived from the Greek word Hermes. Hermes was considered to be the messenger of the gods. All right? And what that allegory refers to is the fact that Hermes represented the flow of knowledge and information from God to the lesser gods and to men. Hermes then, hormones represents the flow of information, the flow of knowledge, chemical substances from your brain, God, to the lesser gods, the various organs within your body. All right? Now, the pineal gland was for decades considered by European physicians to be a gland within the body which served no function whatsoever. How did they reach that conclusion? They reached that conclusion because for years they were studying the pineal glands of white folk. Just like Sigmund Freud came to the conclusion of the Oedipus complex based upon studying white folk. And then they tried to impose that view on everybody else in the world. You can't accept that. Europeans, and 85% of the European population, the pineal gland is a small calcified organ. Calcified, it is turned into a bone because of the lack of the flow of blood and other substances into and out of this organ. It wasn't until the 1970s when an increasingly larger and larger numbers of African Americans were sent over to Vietnam, died in the war, and every person that died, an autopsy was performed on every person that died. And it was only when military physicians were performing autopsies on the brains of these brothers that they began to realize that the pineal gland wasn't calcified in these brothers. And they saw, wait a minute, something is happening. It's calcified within 85% of the Europeans that they performed autopsies on, but it's not calcified within 85% of the African Americans. So they began to do some research on the pineal gland, and they began to rewrite the functions of the pineal gland. So if you look at medical texts before the 1970s, they would tell you that the pineal gland is a calcified gland and serves no function within the human body. You look at medical texts today, and they would tell you now that the pineal gland is one of the most important glands within the body. It is regarded by many as the master gland within the body. Regulates the secretion of essential hormones that are critically important to your development as a person. But it does not function within 85% of the European population. All right? Pineal gland secretes two hormones. It is the presence of sunlight on your skin, the presence of sunlight that travels along the optic nerves in your eye that stimulates the pineal gland to produce and to secrete two very important hormones, melatonin and serotonin. Melatonin is manufactured during the day. The presence of sunlight causes your body to manufacture melatonin. It is manufactured during the day and is secreted by the pineal gland in the evening. Serotonin is a hormone that is manufactured during the evening and is secreted during the day. These two hormones and their relationship to one another are essential for human development. Europeans only 2 years ago have developed a way to synthesize melatonin. So you'll notice within the last 2 years, melatonin has been touted as this new wonder drug that can readjust your body clock, the circadian rhythms which affect your mood. The melatonin can increase your sex drive. It is an anti-aging hormone. It has all of these attributes which cause it to be heralded as one of the most significant substances that the human body needs in order to survive. It's something that 85% of the European population does not produce, but it's something that all of you all create every single day. Okay? So, the key is that you have to begin to realize that you don't need to buy melatonin. Number one, it is a synthetic drug. And you all don't need to put anything artificial in your body. All you need to understand is that there are certain things that you can eat. Greens, huh? All right? Certain vegetables, certain fruits that you can eat that enhance the production of melatonin within your body. It does it naturally. All right? And then you need to begin to understand something about what this secretion of melatonin does within your body. It allows you to experience a greater state of calm and ease. It allows you to literally reconnect with the level of spiritual consciousness. Melatonin accounts for this thing that we call soul, that makes us walk, talk, act, sing, and perform on the football court, football field, basketball court differently than folk who don't have it. This is a real functioning component of your body, right? And so in this particular step, in the 9th step, we talk specifically about what we need to know about this substance, how we can enhance it, how we can utilize it in order to in order to help us improve the quality of our lives. And I mentioned before that melatonin accounts for this thing that we call soul, this thing that allows us to have this very special relationship, this intimate relationship with God. Go to a black church, go to a white church, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay? Look at our relationship with our ancestors. Something that we realize is real. They refer to as necromancy, voodoo, hoodoo, some superstitious stuff. But there is something that happens when this hormone is secreted in the evening hours, primarily between the hours of 3 and 6 a.m., that enhances the quality of your dreams and allows you to communicate with your ancestors, allows them to come to speak to you, to guide you, to direct you, to help you move through life. Now, people who don't have this ability are naturally going to tell you that it's evil, that you're engaging in something that is superstitious, something that is going to be detrimental to your well-being. But this is what I believe accounts for every one of you being in the room today and having your minds intact, because there are those who came before you, your ancestors, who speak to you at night, who guide you and help you make your decisions, who protect you in life, all right? And we cannot afford to turn our backs on them. If anything, we need to strengthen that bond, strengthen that relationship that we have with them, all right? And make it a more internal part of ourselves. Moving to the next component that deals with the African spirit. Step 10 employs us to begin to understand and to interpret religious imagery. Talked before about the power of the media to influence our thoughts and our behaviors. When you look at the fact that by virtue of the fact that our ancestors were enslaved by Europeans who were primarily Christians, then as enslaved Africans, we took on the religion of our enslavers. So many of us are still Christians because of this connection. But when you begin to research the history of Christianity, you will find that the essence of this spiritual system came from Africa. As I was telling you all the story of Asar and Heru, as I was talking about the spirit of Asar coming back and impregnating his wife Aset, and then she giving birth to a son on December the 25th, the same day as his father, all right? And as I talked about Heru moving through earth to restore his father's kingdom. And after he had done that, then his father was resurrected from the grave. All of these elements within the story sound very familiar, don't they? And they should. Because this is a story that comes from an African tradition that has been co-opted by Europeans. Not only has the story been co-opted, but the images associated with that story have been co-opted. Think about this. Think about this. If the Bible is a book which talks about the relationship of men and women to God, and many of those relationships took place in Africa, Egypt and Ethiopia are mentioned in the Bible more than any other country, then what you're reading about is a story of African spirituality. But how is it that all of the images of those very same people in that book that we have been introduced to, how is it that all of those images are now white? Okay? Now, just follow the train of thought. Follow the train of thought in order for you to begin to do the work necessary to move forward and to liberate yourself. If someone would break into your home, murder your people, enslave your people, sell your people, then how qualified are they to teach you about God?
Go ahead, brother.
I mean, just think about the basics. How qualified are they? Because their very actions are ungodlike. Why, if the European just followed 2 of the 10 commandments, we wouldn't be here. We'd still be at home in Africa, enjoying a quality of life that we can't even imagine. So not only did they distort the story of African people, but they changed those images in order to sell you a lie. And if someone will lie to you about God, then the question is, what won't they lie to you about? So we have to begin to learn to interpret religious imagery for our sake, for our spiritual sake. Okay? Step number 11 tells us to learn to honor the memory of our ancestors. Why is that important? It's important because when our ancestors were murdered, were enslaved, when we were brought over on the ships and forbidden to speak the language of our people, to practice the history and culture of our people, we were also forbidden from attempting to reconnect with the spiritual memory of our ancestors. And we were told that it was evil. Such practices were superstitious. Such practices were ungodlike. And so as a result of us internalizing these lies and distancing ourselves from our ancestral sources of power, we have been suffering like never before. Think about it from the standpoint that every people who have come to this shore, to America, everyone outside of the indigenous inhabitants, I don't even like to call them Native Americans because that name doesn't even relate, doesn't even do them justice. Everybody who came here basically came with their own free will, except us. They came with their history, their culture, their language, their philosophy, and their God concepts intact. And they understand the value and the power of honoring the memory of their ancestors. So they have holidays or holy days set aside to honor George Washington. The Irish have St. Patrick. The Italians have Christopher Columbus. All of these folk here, all of these Americans here understand the value of honoring their European ancestors. Why? Because that is their direct connection to a spiritual force which allows them to continue to exist on the physical level. Basic information necessary for your survival. And so as a result of us not learning to, as a result of us being, number one, miseducated and not understanding the power or the value of reconnecting with the story of those who came before us, then we forget about what happened to our ancestors. For those of you who have ever gone to West Africa, to Ghana, Senegal, forget about these images which should be etched in our minds. The millions of men who were chained in the slave dungeons. And it wasn't until I went to West Africa several years ago that I began to understand the importance of what happened to us and honoring the memory of those who died. I saw in those dungeons, and it's very clearly marked, rooms for the men. And again, I remind you now, these were families who were stolen from their homeland. I mean, it's just like us sitting here in the theater this evening, having a family meeting, a family discussion. and thugs busting through that doorway and putting us all into railroad boxcars and taking us to God knows where. And you never seen your home again. Never seen your children, your wives, your family members again. This is something that happened to us for hundreds of years by the millions. There were dungeons where the women were placed for weeks and months on end until those ships came. And they were led from those ships into the door of no return, and they were never to see home again. It's important to understand the historical reality that the first slave ship that took our ancestors away from home was a slave ship called the Jesus. It's important to understand that when those enslavers filled up those ships with the Africans, they would make it a point to load first on the ship one man and one woman who they would record in the ship's log as Adam and Eve. And every other person that boarded that ship was given a number, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that ship was packed with as many people as that ship could hold. It's important to understand that when these ships set sail for North America, Mexico, or South America, it was believed that if these ships set sail on a Sunday, the Lord would bless their journey. This process went on for over 400 years. One particular image I want to share with you, and these last two images we got from Haile Gerima. They were stills from the movie Sankofa that we incorporated in my daughter's book, Africa on My Mind, Reflections of My Second Trip. This particular photograph is key. This is a photograph that was taken in the late 1800s, a photograph of a captured slave ship. It was an Arab slave ship, okay? And can't really see it clear enough, but there's about 50 people, Africans, on the deck of the ship. This ship was commandeered by British, who then took these Africans back home, all right? But they took these photographs to document what was going on in Africa at that particular time. So there's a group of about 50 people on the deck of this ship. Now, it's important to note that all of these people are children who range in age from about 4 or 5 to 17, 18, and 19. All children. You realize nobody was spared. Matter of fact, they had a desire to get children because children were easier to break. Didn't have to worry about resistance from them. Plus, they would last longer because all we were labor. We had no rights. They didn't even see us as human beings. They didn't even see us as possessing a soul. Still don't, huh? So the question is, what do we see? Because of the fact that many of us have accepted their indoctrination, their interpretation of us, many of us don't see a person of value when we walk down the street and see our brothers or sisters. So we have to begin to understand the power of honoring our ancestors and begin to realize that when we come to gatherings and pour libation and call on the ancestors to be in our midst and bless our gatherings, you all got to realize that you can't continue to call the ancestors and then not do anything with their power. Because if you do, they'll realize that you're just playing around, wasting their time, and they will stop coming. And you think you in trouble now, you ain't seen trouble until they turn their back on you. Okay? Step number 12. Almost done. Step number 12 is entitled Learn to Prepare Yourself for War and Peace. Essentially, what we're saying here is that if you understand the 11 previously stated steps and understand the reality of those steps, then you'll begin to realize that we have been living under conditions of war all of our lives. We have to begin to realize that war is not always a direct physical confrontation. There are many types of warfare. Psychological warfare, economic warfare, biological warfare, mental warfare, spiritual warfare, economic warfare, educational warfare. We have been under assault. Our ancestors have been under assault from the moment they set foot on these shores. So then we have to begin to realize where we are and then determine specific strategies to allow us to exist in this point in time. And it's important, it's critically important because of the fact that 99.9% of us ain't never going to Africa. We're gonna spend our lives right here. So if you're gonna stay here, then you need to be aware of everything that is happening so that you can make the most of your time on these shores. And so in this particular step we talk about, I make reference to an ancient Chinese book entitled The Art of War. A book that, Sister is correct, that everybody should read, but it's important to note, I ran into a friend of mine at a presentation I did, a friend of mine from college, who now works for one of the military departments. And she shared with me after the presentation, she said, Tony, you know, at the War College, they still use the art of war. Right? They also use the battle strategies of Hannibal are still being taught in the War College. I want you to understand this now. They have a military university in Washington, D.C. called the War College, where they study warfare. Okay? And in the book, The Art of War, the writer talks about specific things that you need to know in order to fight a war and win. Yes. All right? And he references, let me just briefly highlight some of these steps so that you could begin to become aware of the essence of war and how it exists on several different levels. And I just referenced only 8 points, but there's a number that bear reading and studying. One is to know your objectives. You always must have a clear vision of your goal, or your life will have no purpose. 2, you have to develop a plan, and you have to be consistent with the strategies and methods inherent within that plan. 3, you must master deep knowledge of the universe, knowledge of your relationship with everything within the universe. 4, you have to begin to become invincible. The key to invincibility means that you must know and understand your enemy better than your enemy knows and understands you. 5, you must be invisible. By that he means you got to keep your mouth shut. Keep your plans secret until you are ready to execute them, and then move with all deliberate speed. Okay? 7, they talk about being strong. Being strong is more than just physical strength. You do have to deal with physical strength. We all need to exercise. I all need to be out walking or riding your bikes or jogging, getting some fresh air, getting some exercise. You also need to exercise your mind. Turn off the television. Turn off the radio. Pick up a book or engage someone in a meaningful dialogue, because your mind, just like any other muscle within your body, atrophies through non-use. All right? And it will not be able to serve you if and when you need it. The last point that I reference here is strive to win without fighting. And he states that it's always best to win a war by not fighting one. Huh? What's he saying? You know, you win a war by not fighting one. What that means is that you so totally prepare yourself to defend what you have, that your enemy knows not to mess with you. Those folk are crazy. I want to have no parts of them. All right? Now, how do you begin to cultivate this ability to appreciate what you have so that you're willing to give your life to protect it? You do that by cultivating peace, harmony within yourself, finding peace within your soul. So you begin to truly love and appreciate who and what you are. Love yourself such that you understand that you aren't going, that you understand, first of all, that we are spiritual beings with a physical body. And that our bodies are temples. Temples are sacred structures which should not be violated by vile speech, thought, or substances. Okay? So when you begin to honor your body in that regard, then you will begin to find the center of peace that exists within you. And that peace then will guide and direct your thoughts and actions. And you will be able to tap into this unlimited reservoir of knowledge and power, which has always been available to you, always at your disposal. Once you begin to tap into that realm of consciousness, then literally you are able to remove yourself from illness, from mental and physical distress, from poverty. Because we live in a universe where there is no poverty. And when you understand the fact that all money is a tool, money is an instrument to transform your life. Money is not the end, it is a means to the end. And that when you are living in harmony with your Creator, and the Spirit of the Creator flows through you, then money is never a problem. You will always have the money that you need to do anything that you need to do, as long as it is the right thing. Huh? Along that same line, if you understand the nature of your relationship, the potential of your relationship with the Creator, then illnesses and diseases are practically non-existent. If the Creator dwells within you, then you have within this body everything you need to heal yourself and stay strong. Illnesses are a physical manifestation of your separation from the Creator. Huh? So it is by finding peace and allowing your true spirit to manifest itself in everything that you do, that you would then be able to cultivate the ability to create heaven here on earth. That's the divinity that exists within you. That's the power that every person in this room has. And so when you can create this paradise here on earth, beginning first with your body, then next with your home, then your community, then your city, then you will begin to understand the value of doing whatever is necessary to maintain the peace. Which means that if someone comes in to your household, to your community, to threaten what you have, then you do whatever is necessary to take them out. You're crazy not to. It's bizarre. It's bizarre that as a people, we're the only ones who believe that we have to love our enemy, turn the other cheek. I ain't never seen the United States. Never saw the United States love the Vietnamese. Never see them love the Japanese during World War II. Never see them love Germany or Italy. They understand that sometimes it is necessary to go to war to maintain peace. All right? So we've got to understand that. We strive to achieve peace, but we also have to be ready to protect ourselves. The last step, the 13th step, is to learn to live in the new America. This country is changing dramatically. Okay? So much so that there was a report in the newspaper 2 weeks ago that reinforced what I had referenced in this book when it was first published in December, and that is within the next 10 years, Hispanics will be the number one minority in the United States of America. By the year 2025, Asians will be the number 2 minority in this country, which means then, by the first quarter of the next century, if you all have not attained your rights and freedoms guaranteed to you by the U.S. Constitution as the number 1 minority in this country, you sure ain't gonna get it when you fall down to the number 3 slide. Okay? So this country is moving in a direction which will ensure either the death, the annihilation, or the re-enslavement of African people. Okay? But you ain't seen it. Look, let me tell you something. One of the things that Professor Clarke, one of the first things that impressed me when I met Professor Clarke years ago when he came to Washington, D.C. to lecture, was a comment that he made about history. History is a clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of day. It's a map that they use to find themselves. It's a compass they use to find themselves on the map of human geography. It tells you who you were, who you are, and who you are to become. All right? History runs in cycles. And once you begin to realize that, the events which transpired 5,000 years ago, 500 years ago, 5 years ago, or 5 minutes ago have set in motion a chain reaction which will determine things that are going to happen 5 seconds from now, 5 years from now, 500 years from now, 5,000 years from now. All history is interrelated. So then by studying history, then you begin to study the record of the cycles of man in time. And you will see that history, the man's development follows specific cycles. So by studying this information, the person who studies history will know where they are at any given point in that cycle. They will know where they've gone to get to that point, and they will know what is going to happen at various points along the way in the future. And then they will use that knowledge to prepare themselves for what they know is going to happen. So all I'm submitting to you this evening is based upon where we have come from, specifically over the last 40 years. It's very easy to determine with 85% accuracy where we are going within the next 25 years. All right? We are about to see, brothers and sisters, a return to racism like you ain't never seen before. Like you have never seen before. All right? Not just the cops, but also legislation that is being passed, decisions that are being made. Just yesterday, I read in the paper yesterday that the Supreme Court moved on a decision that would allow for the further dissolvement of voting rights for African Americans. All right, so they have set the stage. What are they setting the stage for? They're setting the stage for 2007. What happens in 2007? 2007, the Civil Rights Bill comes up, the Voting Rights Act comes up for renewal. This time in 2007, 35 states have to approve the reinstatement of the Voting Rights Act. Right? So what's happening now, Proposition 209 in California, they're doing away with affirmative action. Denise D'Souza and others are saying the racism is over. Racism is no longer a problem in America. The stage is being set to jettison all of the civil rights laws that were passed in 1964, the laws that have allowed many of us to get decent jobs, government jobs, to get a decent education, and to be able to have the quality of life that we will always do. Those things are about to be rescinded. And when they are, who are you going to have to fall back on? The reality of the situation is the reality of the situation will be then as it is now. And that is, you cannot expect the same people who were responsible for enslaving your ancestors to free you. Anytime your civil rights can be legislated into existence, they can also be legislated out of existence. Huh? Very simple. So you have no other recourse but to turn to yourself. That's the only alternative. Consider this. Consider the value of reclaiming your history, your culture, your God concepts, your philosophies, your family values, and using that knowledge and information to save your souls. Consider the fact that, as I mentioned before, every ethnic group that came to this country came here with their language, culture, philosophy, and religious system intact. Everybody except us. We're the only group who came to this country with an invitation. All right? We came whether we wanted to or not. We're the only group who came to this country with the guarantee of full employment, whether we wanted to work or not. All right? But we were not allowed to bring our language, our history, our culture, our God concepts. We were not allowed to maintain our family linkages. And as a result, the rug was pulled out from under us. All right? Let me just give you a couple of examples. When the British, because of severe economic depression, could no longer afford to maintain their fellow countrymen in the prisons, in the debtor prisons and other prisons. They couldn't afford to feed them, to pay for the guards who were overseeing them. And they decided, let's get them the hell out of here. They put them in boats and they shipped them here. Okay? What was the first thing these displaced Englishmen do? They started to ensure that they would be able to survive. And they did what free people always do, and that is to use their language and their history and their culture to help them maintain their quality of life. They knew nothing else. And so they came here, and as they began to develop this land and move about this land, they kept having flashbacks of home. All right? They saw certain regions in this state where we are that reminded them of York in England. So they called this area New York. They saw an area down the road a piece that reminded them of Jersey in England. They called that area New Jersey. The hills of Hampshire. Hills in one part of the country reminded them of Hampshire, so they called that area New Hampshire. This whole eastern seaboard is called New England, huh? What did they do? They recreated their land, their history, their culture, their philosophy right here, transplanted it, and used it to empower themselves. Koreans, when they come, stay in the Korean part of town, except when they open up businesses and they know where they go to get their money, right? They know that because of our miseducation, we will freely give our money to anybody. Believe that the white man's ice is colder than our ice. White man's sugar is sweeter than our sugar, huh? So we freely give up those things that will help us hold on to our essence as a people. Look at what, and I'm submitting this to you as opportunities for us to begin to find ways to solve the problem. See, because every problem has an answer. Every problem has an answer. You just have to be able to look deep enough within the problem in order to find those things that will give you the solutions that have always been there, And so our challenge as we begin to move into the 21st century is to begin to realize that we must reclaim our African minds. We have to begin to look at Africa as a place for economic investment, a place for our future, and not just as a unstable country. You know, for example, I was just listening to the news yesterday. There was a report on the news about Zaire, and everybody is hearing about the instability in Zaire. But the twist in this story was that while some people are fleeing Zaire for their concern for their safety, there's another group of people who are now going into Zaire. Groups of American businessmen are going into Zaire, going into Kigali, because now Kigali is the economic stronghold of Zaire. That's where the diamonds come from. That's where the other mineral resources come from. They're going into Kigali to invest in those diamond mines. They interviewed this European from Texas who flew into Zaire with a charter plane of other businessmen. This particular individual has a company where he sells cellular phones because he knows because the communication system has been destroyed in Zaire, people are going to need, these other business people are going to need cellular phones in Zaire. And so he was saying there are wonderful business opportunities here. You can make millions in a matter of months if you are willing to invest the time and the energy. All right? So we've got to begin to look to Africa as our salvation and realize that there's opportunities that we will never get here that are available to us over there. Many of us have skills, have degrees. Many of us have been trained well by white folk and about to be fired from our jobs. So who are you going to work with? Isn't it time that you started working for yourself? Or working for people who had your own best interests at heart, building something for yourself. I know of too many instances, I know of too many people, brothers and sisters, who've gone to various parts of Africa with a little knowledge, a little money, and a lot of hard work. And they have made fortunes. They have done well, better there than they have here. They have built a home for themselves. We're the only people who think that America is our only home. Africa is your home as well. And there are people on the continent who are looking to you to come back home. You realize Africans in America, specifically in the Washington metropolitan area, the African American population within the Washington metropolitan area is the best educated and wealthiest group of Africans on the planet. We have more money. We have more education than most people in the world. We have to begin to challenge ourselves to use what we have, not to make Donna Karen rich, but to make this sister or this brother wealthy. All right? Teach our children that they have to begin to develop business relationships with other brothers and sisters, that we must support one another. Why? Because our very future depends on it. And when I say our future, what I mean literally is the fact that everything that we do, everything that we think, we say, and we do, if we are truly aware of the circumstances that we're confronted with, we would do not just for ourselves, we would do for the generations to come. Specifically, any group that is going to survive will understand the necessity of preparing the next 7 generations. Why? You have the power by the things that you do, the things that you say, to influence the children under your care. And your children in your household will then pass on that knowledge, those values to their children. Their children will pass it on to their children. Their children will pass it on to their children. So then you, in effect, have the ability to determine the quality of life for the next 7 generations. We're talking about you exercising your right to influence the decision-making abilities of African people for the next 150 years. People who desire power, who are concerned about establishing a legacy for those who come behind them. Think 7 generations in the future is the only way that you can ensure your survival. So I want to challenge you all, brothers and sisters, to move beyond the limited range of just barely surviving in New York City, in the state, in this country, and begin to see yourselves as citizens of the world. Begin to realize that you have access, or you should begin to access knowledge and information which is available to you, which will allow you to transform the quality of your life and affect the minds and the consciousness of generations to come from you. If you begin to exercise those skills and those abilities, you will begin to see obstacles moving out of your way. And this work becoming easier and easier for you. As it becomes easier for you, it will become even easier for the generations who come after you. And we have to be willing to make the sacrifice. Not just for ourselves, again, but for those who come behind us. I want to leave you with the poem from the first issue of the Browder File, Survival, Transition 13, which talks about what I feel should be our mission for the 21st century. Transition 13 says, in the beginning we knew not. We studied. We learned all there was to know, and we taught others. Then we forgot what we had learned, and then forgot that we had forgotten. So now we are taught by those who were once taught by us knowledge that we already have. So we study. We learn all there is to know, and we teach others. And the question is, will we forget again? Thank you. That's all right. Thank you, brother.
Anthony Browder. Let's give it up. Anthony Browder. Let's give it up. Anthony Browder. Let us not forget as we leave. I want everybody to, don't walk out. We're getting ready to hold hands. We're going out in fellowship. We're going to hold hands out in deference. Let us not forget as we leave to buy this book. It is serious. I've had an opportunity to read it. And he puts everything in perspective. He puts everything in perspective and from an African perspective. 13 steps for survival. You're going to need it. You're going to need it. If you are caught out there by the beast and you can't get home, we will know that you were there without this book and Carol Taylor's little black book. All right? You cannot afford to leave home without those books. Y'all hear that? That's real. And so we want to thank Brother Browder very much for coming out and being with us tonight and sharing this information and certainly picking up on this. I also want to indicate that I know that everybody enjoyed this. And if I asked you to raise your hand, you will raise it, right? Even though I know you're locked in right now with your friend. Well, I want you to imagine that we enjoyed it so much that everybody's going to put their hands up, acknowledging that they enjoyed it, put that same hand in their pocket and pull out a dollar bill and drop it in the can on your way out, and then we'll be all right. We want to thank you very much for coming out. I want to acknowledge Sister Camille Yarborough, who I believe was here tonight. Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Brother Smalls had to leave a few moments ago. We want to acknowledge them. And we also want to acknowledge the Queen, Sister Rosalind, Dr. Rosalind Jeffries, who's also in the back. And want to thank all of you for coming out. I will call all of your names, but a little bit after. Y'all excuse me for not calling your names tonight. We'll do that next week when we get out a little bit earlier, or maybe the week after that. I forgot Steve Coakley's coming next week, right? We're an African people, robbed from our homeland, robbed of our names, our languages, our cultures, our religions.
afternoon, everyone. I am really honored to be here and to have been invited by Shabazz Wilson and Clemson Brown. I haven't been in New York in a long time, but I'm thrilled to be here. And happy birthday.
Thank you.
And many more. I'm going to, as usual, talk about racism, white supremacy. My mother is deceased, but one time she said to me, "What are you going to talk about, Francis?" And I said, "Mother, you know I only talk about racism." And she said, "Well, can't you talk about something different?" But everything is racism, and I want to talk about it. I'm a general psychiatrist and child psychiatrist practicing in Washington, D.C. And I have arrived at the point where I feel that the most important thing that we as black people need to understand is this powerful dynamic of racism. Those of you who are familiar with the work of Neely Fuller know that he has said, if you do not understand white supremacy racism, what it is and exactly how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you. So I believe that if we are going to move further into the 21st century and into the 22nd century and into the 23rd century, that we have to have clear insight as to what this process is all about. I think it's in the book of Isaiah. If you do not have, those who do not have a vision, if there's no vision, the people will perish. I guess that's, if there is no vision, the people will perish. Meaning we have to have a more global understanding of exactly what the forces are on this planet so we can actually do short-range planning as well as long-range planning. I started thinking about racism when I was doing a residency in general psychiatry at St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Washington, D.C. And it was a program that was based on Freudian psychoanalytic theory, and nothing was really being said about the mental health of black people. I'm a third-generation physician. My father was a physician. His father was a physician. And my parents told us that you are getting an education not to leave your community. You are getting an education in order to help your community. So the black patients that I would talk to and take a history on, within the history of every black patient would be aspects and dimensions of racism. And when I was an undergrad, I considered myself to be a Marxist. I thought that economics was causing racism, that it was a means for economic exploitation. Well, you can have ideas as an undergrad, but when you are a physician and responsible for the care of patients, you really have to know what you're talking about. I remember going home when I was an undergrad. You know, my parents and my grandmother were sitting at the dining room table, and I announced, I'm a Marxist. And my grandmother said, the more education they get, the dumber they get. But anyway, talking to patients and seeing this gigantic monster in the middle of their history about racism, I said, I've got to really understand racism in depth. And the training program that I was in, it was at a federal government hospital. All the people in charge of the training program were white people. And they actually taught us there were a few black residents, I think 3 out of 12, that black people did not have the intellectual potential to benefit from psychotherapy. That the best treatment for black people was medication. Well, that did not compute for me. So I said out to myself, I want to understand really more about racism. I happened to have been at a social gathering, and these were black people sitting around after a Black Power Committee meeting. And I heard a gentleman across the room say, racism is a system. It was almost like a light bulb going on. That was Neely Fuller. How many of you are familiar with his work? I consider him to be one of the critical thinkers in our group in the 20th century and into the 21st century. He was saying that racism is a system, and because we got to get this really in our head. He said it was a system, and the system functions in all areas of people activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And that the purpose of this system is to maintain the power equation of white over non-white, white power over non-white powerlessness. And so I thought this was a very profound concept. Those of you who are familiar with the work of Dr. Du Bois. Dr. Du Bois in 1903 said that the problem of the 20th century is the question of the color line. This is the problem of the color line. So I said to myself, why would a system for the purpose of maintaining white power over non-white powerlessness, why would such a system evolve on this particular planet, planet Earth? And then I thought about some of the things that are said within the system. One of the critical things is that we are taught that white is a majority. Is that right? And we are told that non-white is genetic inferior. And then I just thought about the things that, you learn going to school for a long time and going to medical school. I said, wait a minute, white is a tiny minority. Fewer than 1/10 of the people on the planet have white skin. And instead of black people being genetically inferior, the ability to produce this black pigment, melanin, is a genetically dominant trait. And we have an excellent example in our president, Barack Obama. His mother is white, was white, his father was black. And you mix these together, and what do you get? A colored person. See, always a black person. So I said that, okay, on this planet, planet Earth, in the 15th century, we had Columbus, 1492, coming out of Europe and realizing that the earth was round and not flat. And everywhere these white people landed, they found colored people, right? And if those men were sexually frustrated and the people were over time, and the the women had sex, or I should say the men had sex, imposed sex, however you want to look at it. If they waited around 9 months, they found that all of the children looked like the mothers. And so they realized, wait a minute, we are a tiny minority in Europe and no other place where there are white people. So they said, wait a minute, what if these men got in votes? And started going from south to north. We could genetically disappear. Now this may not make sense to black people, because under white supremacy, black people try to get rid of their color, don't we? White people don't want to disappear. And I have asked audiences of white people, do you want your children to be colored? Do you want your grandchildren to be colored? Do you want your great-grandchildren to be colored? Do you want your great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren to be colored? I'm polite and they're polite. What do they say? No. Meaning they don't want to disappear. So I said, if you mean this, then you have to do certain specific things in all of these areas of activity so that white does not disappear on planet Earth. Now, unbeknownst to us, this is the critical underlying motivation for all of the behavior of people who classify themselves as white on this planet. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the name Tom Metzger. He was one of the arch white supremacists or white separatists. Some years ago, I was on a television program in Los Angeles when President Reagan's son had a television talk show. And so this particular show was a panel of people, might have been 10 people, talking about race and racism. I just happened to be sitting next to Mr. Metzger. And so during a commercial break, I kind of touched him on his arm. I'm sitting right next to him. And he didn't say, don't touch me, nigger. I said, Mr. Metzger, tell me something. What percentage of people who classify themselves as white are fearful of white genetic annihilation? And he answered very politely. He said, Dr. Welsing, nearly all of them. But they are ashamed or afraid to admit it. Now, I can understand that. In other words, this system is about white genetic survival. Now, if some people have organized a system for their genetic survival, what's the chance that they're going to give that system up? None. See, they worked hard. And we can consider it unjust. It's the most unjust system that has ever been devised on the planet, where you have 1/10 of the people deciding that they need to control 9/10 of the people on the planet. But all along, I maintain we have not understood this. We thought when we were formerly enslaved, if they would just take off the chains everything is going to be okay. So they removed the chains, and then what did they do next? They put laws in place to accomplish the same thing. And we went through the 1960s in what is being called the Civil Rights era. And the black people, with all of their dignity and their pride and their courage, going up against horses and hoses and dogs to get the vote, to get that change, coming out of that movement, saying black pride, black is beautiful, black power, black self-respect. And the people who had something else in mind said that's dangerous. If people are talking about self-respect and dignity, then I encourage everybody to look at the films Eye on the Prize and look at those black people, men and women and children, going up against a horrific force. But they were determined and they had their self-respect with them. But the system said, this is dangerous. If we let these people go forward, talking about black pride, black dignity, black is beautiful, we will be in trouble. So we have to have something for them. And I maintain that's when they decided, well, we have to feed them images of Superfly, prostitutes, pimps selling drugs, men kicking women, all kind of language. Following that up into the present with having black people call themselves niggers and dogs and gangsters and thugs and bitches and hoes. Now, once that's in the brain computer, you can do anything. See, that's the complete annihilation of self-respect. Now, we didn't understand it. We thought, oh, this is just entertainment. Like the movie Monster Ball. You see, so kill him because that would mean our genetic disappearance. So, if the system is about white genetic survival, what do they have to worry about most? Okay, give him a B+. Black men, white women. Okay, but let's even take it further. In that if the concern is white genetic survival, I would, try to impose sexual intercourse on any of the gentlemen here, and they said, I'm sitting next to my wife, and I went to my purse and I got my Uzi. And I frightened the man. What's going to happen?
It's not going to work.
I hope everybody got that. The erection cannot be maintained in the presence of fear. So females cannot impose sexual intercourse, like ultimately, what? Frighten the man. Now the Creator made that possible so somebody, if they were in danger, they wouldn't be in conflict. You see, it's fear. Fear about unemployment could cause a man to have erection problems. Are you all with me? So there's a reason that if the concern is genetic survival, and see, we are decoding this material because we have thought somehow there's some white people who are going to work with us. Sometimes we thought it was Republicans, sometimes we thought, with Lincoln, and sometimes Democrats. But even President Obama is finding out. It could be Republicans or Democrats. But if it's a black man that they're being asked to support, they start jumping ship. Because the test for white people, in other words, they work 24/7. They don't sleep. They got 3 shifts going. See, we work 1 shift and then go to bed and then party. They work 24/7 about maintaining the conditions for their survival. You see, because it is very serious to them. And if they have some people who classify themselves as white, who start looking like they're getting out of line, what's the question that they ask? Are you a nigger lover? You see, are you with us or are you with them? Now, this is a fundamental question that has to do with the issue of their survival. So that we cannot depend on communists, conservative liberals, Greens, libertarians. And see, this is not a lecture about hate white people. It is a lecture about understanding the opposition. And one of the best analogies to have in mind is the game of chess. See, what is the game of chess about?
Strategy.
Those are nice BC answers.
Black against white.
Conquering the king. White is right.
It's about white king checkmating black king. White always moves first, so white is playing what? Offense, defense, and black has to play defense out. This is what we have now. This is distressing to a lot of people because we wanted to believe, as we were even programmed to believe in the area of religion. See, I don't know how many of you, I'm a little bit older than many, but if you went to Sunday school, my grandfather was chairman of the Deacon and Trustee Board, so we were in Sunday school before we could see straight. But what did we learn? That God is white. Now, anybody think they didn't learn that God was white? See, if you were given that little Sunday school card with a white picture of Jesus, your brain automatically concluded that his father had to be white. His father could not have been black. Now, if he was a historic figure, he was black. Even Billy Graham said that Jesus could not have been white. But we are programmed to think that Jesus was white, and therefore his father is white. And we were taught to sing, Jesus, translate white man, loves the little children. All the little children of the world, red, yellow, black, and white. All are precious in his sight. How many know that song? Boy, no more church going than these two. There was a time when everybody knew those basic songs. You see, but being taught that God is white, and they got a musical that came out some time ago, Arms Too Short to Box with God. Meaning arms too short to box with the white man. See, when I was a little child, having seen the Sunday school card with Jesus on it, I had just drawn my own conclusion that the man on the Quaker Oats box must be God. See, he was somewhat older with white hair. Jesus was younger, so you know, now we thank him for the food. We just had this big Quaker Oats box in the pantry. I mean, that was my conclusion. But if you, any of you, saw a Sunday school card with the white Jesus, your brain jumped to that conclusion too without your knowing it. That's called a subconscious conclusion. So anyway, this was deeply programmed in our thinking, but I tell people that the truth is you cannot hide it. That it will come out in material. It will come out through the subconscious. Because if we break the name Jesus down in Ebonics, it spells just us. That's who we're waiting for, right? Just us to get our heads together. Now I say that as black people, we greet each other a zillion times a day. We're saying, hey, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Because we don't know what's going on. See, we keep running into a wall and wondering how come things haven't worked out. Because we have been deceived. We have been told we are in a democracy where everybody is equal. The truth and the reality is that we are in a system of racism, white supremacy. See, we're told that the system of democracy has imperfections. No, we are in a system of white supremacy that has been perfected. And that's why we keep staying basically in the same position. And as long as we don't understand we're dealing with a system, every week we just complain another black man has been shot, another black man has been killed. You say, oh, 10 over there, 3 over there. Oh, well, let's add up the statistics and somebody will run and complain about it. But if it's happening over and over again, that implies intentionality. And if the system is about white genetic survival, who is the enemy of the state? No, the black man. See, in a war, if you can take care of the business as defined, the problem is white genetic survival. So what do you have to knock out in order to not worry about white genetic survival. Exactly. The attack has to center on the black man. Now, years ago, in the 1970s, I was teaching at Howard University College of Medicine, and I would have Neely Fuller lecture every Monday night from 8 until 1 o'clock in the morning. And it would be students and people from the community. And Mr. Fuller used to talk about the system of racism, white supremacy, is going to have black men wearing dresses. And now this is 1970, about 72, 73, and that sounded so far out. Nobody, what's he talking about? What has recently happened at Morehouse College? The president of Morehouse College had to announce and lay down the law that the black male students, those who were so inclined, could not wear high-heel shoes, could not wear dresses, and carry pocketbooks. Now this is 2010. That if the system, see, in other words, we have to keep system about white genetic survival. This is what the system is about. And the system is working 24/7. If I turn the black male into a female, can I relax about the fear of white genetic survival? Absolutely. Now, I don't know what goes on here in New York. Haven't been here in a while. In D.C., we have a lot of men with their pants hanging down. In the train station, when I bought my ticket to come here, there's a black gentleman, had on some expensive clothes, had some nice luggage. His pants were down here. So he would pull the luggage like this after he got his ticket, and then he had to stop. Walk a few more steps.
Wow.
See, now, in other words, imagine somebody looking down from another galaxy or planet. You see, in other words, psychiatrists' behavior, all behavior has significance. You just have to understand the context and the power that is controlling it. Do you see what I'm saying? So, to understand what is happening, because what are we told? 70% of the households are without fathers. Read a book recently where a young black man is talking about having gotten into some difficulty doing a carjacking, carrying a gun at 16. And he said in the book, I had to go to prison to find my fathers. He said, in prison was the first time he had an opportunity. Now, he didn't consciously put himself in that situation, but looking for fathers. I had a black male child say to me, somebody brings a child to the psychiatrist because he's not studying or something. I had one child say to me who was about 10 or 11 years old, Dr. Welsing, I think I could do my homework in I just had an official father. Now that makes the psychiatrist want to fall under the desk and start crying. I had another child say, if I had a father, he could at least have taught me what goes on under the hood of a car. I had another child. All these children are brought into the psychiatrist because somebody says, teacher, principal, they're smart, but they won't do their homework. Or they won't study. This child came and I said, sweetheart, don't you want to work hard in school? This was years ago. So you can help black people. And this little boy said, no. He wasn't being smart alecky. He wasn't being rude. And I said, you know, the psychiatrist wants to hear the child say yes. He said, no. And I said, why not? He said, if you try to help black people, you're going to be killed. Now this is a little black child, about 11 years old, said Malcolm X, George Jackson. I said, IQ 265. If you try to help black people, you are going to be killed. Was he right? That's like President Barack Obama has had more death threats than any president in the history of the United States. You see, because just that presence of a black man in the White House, like I think a lot of white people who initially voted for him wanted to appear liberal. You see, but once he's in that White House, and a black man with a black wife, and a black grandmother, that's the whole package. They begin to understand, oh my God, if he's in power, and not only that, the reception that he receives all over the non-white world. You see, so they started shaking because people who classify themselves as white are not consciously carrying around in their mind fear of white genetic annihilation. They repress that. You see, but how do we know based on other behaviors that they engage in? And just like Tom Metzger said, the majority of white people are fearful of their genetic annihilation. Sometimes white people will say to me, Dr. Welsing, what can I do to help? And I say, tell black people what white people talk about when there's no black people around. They all go silent. Because what are they talking about? They're either talking directly or in code about white genetic survival. I had a white college professor say to me after I had been invited to speak at a prison, white university giving educational programs in a prison, 100% of the prisoners black males. So I went and talked about the same thing I'm talking about here, about racism. So this white professor said to me, because she drove me out there, drove me back home. She said, see, sometimes when you push truth, and I'm not being rude and disrespectful, people feel compelled to come out with their truth. So she said, Dr. Welsing, you know, I hate to admit it, but on all social occasions, not some, not a few, on all social occasions when it's white people together and there's no black people around, she said, we are talking negatively about black people. And the assumption is that everybody present is in agreement. So I told her that I understood that. See, they're simply talking code. They're just talking code about their survival. They are not going to reveal it. They'll just say to us, isn't it nice that we're in a democracy? You see, but they are talking code about their survival. And at the same time that a black man is in the White House, there are millions of people locked up in prison. Millions, thousands of black men locked up in prison. You can say the incarceration of black genetic material. Now I say that the system 24/7 is talking about this critical problem in activity that you would not think is talking about white genetic survival. So one day, one Sunday, it was so quiet, I said, gee, what's happening? It was so quiet. See, when it's quiet, you can think. And this is why they say, now this is your music. Boom, de boom, de boom. See, all that loud music turns off the brain computer because of sensory overload. See, they use loud music, our loud music, to torture people in Guantanamo. To torture people. To make them go crazy. But they feed it to us and say, this is your music. This is what we want you to hear. But, and I said, what's going on? And it came to me, ball games. And I said to myself, for ball games to have a whole city be quiet, the ball games must have a significance, an important significance that we're not generally focusing on. So it just pops. See, once you understand the context, meaning system of white supremacy or white genetic survival, this is the context in which everything, language, speech, activity takes place. So it just occurred to me, came into my computer. There are two series of ball games in the system of What are the two series of ball games? See, you're looking at it all the time. But if you don't see the context, you won't see it. But you're looking at it. What are the two series of ball games? In the system of racism, white supremacy, our big brown and small white. No, you read the book.
No, that's what I didn't figure it out myself.
Big brown and small white. Why so? Because once we're talking about genetic survival, then this is what automatically comes in the brain computer subconscious. And this is not a man with glasses. Do I need to get a model to come and stand on the See, why does this come into mind? Because this is a diagram of male genitalia. This is the phallus or the penis. These are the testicles. The testicles contain the genetic material. What are the testicles called? Colloquially. Balls. Is that right, class? See, I don't make up stuff. I just observe. Balls. So out of the same brain computer that set up a system of white supremacy comes to, see, this doesn't come out of our brain computer. It didn't have to. So the big brown balls mean the genetically dominant balls. And they are brown. And what are they? Football. Basketball. Bowling ball. Earth ball. Small white marbles. Ping pong. Baseball. Tennis balls. Tennis. But do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, to me, this is just fantastic. This is coming out of a system that is worried about white genetic survival, and by their thinking of the white ball as small and producing small white balls means they, at a subconscious level, are aware of their genetic vulnerability. Are you following me? Yes. See, and this is being played out. These ball games are going on all the time, 24/7. So it doesn't matter whether you are picking it up consciously or subconsciously. It is still getting the message across. So beyond that, in the game of, well, first of all, what do white females say about their ideal mate? Not tall, blonde, right? Tall, dark, and handsome. And so, in the football, this big brown ball goes into some white upright legs at the end of the game. Are you all with me? The basketball goes into a white net. Are you all with me? Is this an adult class? And it's white girls in short dresses dancing on the side. And a black girl can hardly get on the squad. Is that correct? Now, a white man said to me, Dr. Welsing, do you know what white men say? I said, no, I don't. He said, white men say they're not men. Until when? Until they have had sexual intercourse with a black woman. See, there's a lot of young people in here. See, this is the underpinning in the culture. This is what the culture is really thinking about all the time. The people who are thinking. So the most powerful men play what ball game? Now, our president just got hurt playing basketball. You see, but what's the game that the white presidents play? Ball. Now, how is that game played? Demonstrate. Long stick held between legs. Trying to get the little white ball in a hole in black Mother Earth. And if this is are there any little children? I see a couple. I'll address the grown-ups. The golf course is laid out, and it always has water holes. It has rough. It has sand traps. And then it has a hole that it's supposed to go in. Now, anybody studying anatomy and female anatomy will understand. This is pubic hair. See, the ball happens to go in the rough. Or the ball can go in the water. See, the female genitalia, you have the vaginal opening, you have the urethra where the urine comes out, and you have the anus, and that's the sand trap. Are you all with me? Yes. I don't want to ruin anybody. We have got to understand racism and white supremacy. We have got to understand that while we're playing, they're staying on the case 24/7. And that's how a minority can control a majority on the planet. See, by words, by symbols. What about the game of, excuse me. What about the game of village or pool? Green field, long stick, triangle, whole lot of colored balls. See, the triangle is the female vaginal orifice. Take the triangle off, and what's the game about? The white, long stick white ball knocks all the colored balls under the table. And what ball is left on top of the table? The white ball. The black ball is the last ball to go in. See, we're doing too much partying and eating and not observing. The black ball is the last to be knocked in. And the expression is what? President Obama, you don't want to be caught where? Behind the 8 ball. See, if you're behind the 8 ball, that means that the black man is in power. You all follow it. What else can we look at? Let's look at the password in the black community. At least it used to be. And people in New York, Brooklyn say motherfucker.
Yes.
Yes.
Still.
One day I came out of the clinic, and there was some young people passing, and they were the mother. So my first reaction is, oh my God. The second reaction, if a word or a phrase is used with high frequency, there has to be a reason behind it. So I myself, in the system of racism, white supremacy, there are 5 people categories. Man, woman, boy, girl, baby. Who is the man? I said, here comes the man, you all. Why are you all so quiet?
White man.
The man is the white man. Any other male has 4 choices. Black men fought historically, don't call me no boy. Is that right?
Right.
The white supremacists say, okay, you got 3 choices. Woman, girl, or baby. It used to be that woman and girl were out. Baby was in. How many black ladies have called a black man that they are highly familiar with baby? You all better tell me. See, lying to yourself, not like that. You read the book. How many gentlemen have called a lady that they're familiar with mama? Hey, mama, can I ride with you? Let's get a witness. How many gentlemen have called the place where they sleep a crib? Are you following me?
Still do.
Man who calls himself baby, calls the woman he sleeps with mama, calls the place where he sleeps a crib, will call himself what? A motherfucker. Oh. Are you all with me?
Yeah.
Now my mother, bless her soul, my mother was a Chicago public school teacher. So this is some time ago. She's deceased now. But she called up, I'm in Washington, she's calling from Chicago. Hi, Mom, hi. My mother said, hi, Francis. She said, I heard that you said that word in public. And I said, Mom, what? What? You know. I said, no, I don't. Mom, what? What? She said, Maryland Farmers. I had never heard that before, but, you know. I said, Mom, don't worry. It's a political expression. How so? Man who calls another man the man and calls himself baby. The power of a man compared to the power of a baby. Whose power? Politics, political means the power relationship between people. Nobody has to feel bad. This is the system that we're talking about. The system of racism, white supremacy has to take power from the black male if there is going to be white genetic survival. Are you all with me?
Yes, that's right.
See now, if we begin to understand this, so that we understand what we are dealing with, then we can begin to have choices about what we're going to do on the black side of the chessboard. Because white supremacy is coming down, attacking us by any means necessary. See, whether they have to do it with Tuskegee syphilis experiment, HIV/AIDS, Ebola, whatever, cholera in Haiti, whatever. For their survival. So if we don't understand the game, what in the world can we do? You see, but once black men understand the game, basketball is a game about tactics and strategy. Football is about tactics and strategy. So all the person wants to know is what's the game, how is it played, what are the rules? But we have been deceived, so we haven't understood what the game is all about. So we're floundering all over the place, not understanding and not making points, because we don't understand the system. And I maintain for those who want to do something about this critical situation, Neely Fuller has said, there are 4 possible ways that a victim of a system can respond. They can submit, they can cooperate, they can resist, or they can engage in destruction of. Now, destruction of, those are the people who are already dead, like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the people who they're going to move in spite of the pressure. They don't mind losing their lives. I'm not advocating that. These are all individual choices. Submission means it's too much for me, let it just roll on over. Cooperation with, just give me a job, 2 figures, 3 figures. Resist, I'm talking about the system, so I'm resisting. If they say Francis will kill you, I'll probably jump back. It's all a matter of choice. You see, but at least to be consciously aware of what is going on. Like Neely Fuller says, who is an Uncle Tom? The person you see when you brush your teeth. That means, see how I know? That's just cooperating with the system. The slave master told Uncle Tom to take some other slaves to another plantation. He didn't run away. He said, I gave my word, so I go back to the plantation. The slave master did him in, but he was cooperating. See, if you stop at a red light, you're cooperating. If you stop at the cashier in the supermarket, see, you're owed everything free. Every black person is due several $1 trillion for what happened to us. You see, but so you pay at the cashier. You stop at the red light. We're into cooperation with, but people can decide to resist. I say talking about what the system is really all about. Not deceiving ourselves as to what the system is actually about. And the people who keep resisting, even though they're threats to their lives, they're in a special category. This is not show-off category. It's just where the person's will and where their commitment is. And again, this is not about name-calling white people, cursing out white people. See, I was given a lecture on Thursday. I said, you know, one of the most important things we can do in relationship to people who classify themselves as white is to say, we're afraid of you all. We're afraid of you all. See how quiet it is? That means that truth, but it's not speaking out. Do we have a right to be afraid? is the problem? Perceived as the problem. When the white police officer, so-called, stops a black man and says, I thought he had a weapon. He does. It's genetic power. You see, think of all the cases. I thought he had a weapon. The man just had his wallet in his hand or his keys. I thought he had a weapon. And that's enough for the person to do what? See, this is a front view of male genitalia. This is a lateral view. If you turn that around 90 degrees, you get this. What does that look like? And what is the gun called in the system? The great equalizer. Meaning, you have weapon can annihilate me. Must create weapon can do same thing. You see, so where is the gun worn? One on each side. That's just like this. And then it's called justifiable homicide. You see, meaning anytime I see a black male and I get a little bit nervous, if I'm authorized to carry a gun, I'm authorized to kill him. Are you all with me? I see fear. Don't feel bad. This is war. War for white genetic survival by any means necessary. You see, but if we don't face what it is, then people are engaged in a pretense that everything is all right. But everything is not all right. We are in a state of a slide towards genocide. See, you cannot have the men from a community removed and have a people. Are you all with me? See, but white supremacy is so bold. On the front page of the Washington Post a little while ago, they said, black women, you should start, because I know the black men are all gone. So you should start dating white men on the front page of a newspaper. Do you understand? That's just like slavery. We're killing off the black men. So, hey, you want to have a man, so-called? Get a white man. You see, and then on the other side, they're saying, now we are unleashing a certain number of white females to go with black men. Because that will make them believe that racism, white supremacy doesn't exist. A young man came up to me on Thursday at my institute and said, I just came back from Germany, Dr. Welsing. There's a lot of black men who are out of the service and they're married to German women. He said if it weren't for the color, they got, they're kind of built like black women. See, that's the Caroline Brigade. So I said, I guess you'll be going back to Germany? See, that the system has figured out in formal slavery, when the white slave master would be she would tell the child, "You're black." White females tell their offspring, "You're not black. You're mixed." Now, what does that mean she actually is thinking about black? To say to the child, "You are not black." But let him try to stop a cab. Let him try to get a job. So he becomes schizophrenic. Because he has been taught by the mother to hate black. "I really don't respect your father." You see, but these are all of the kinds of confusions and difficulties that go along with maintaining the system of racism, white supremacy. So every black person has a whole lot of choices: submit, cooperate, or try to destroy. So this is where we are. So what do we do? See, if somebody, because what we need some strong people, males and females alike. So if I could wave a magic wand, wave a magic wand, I would say for us to fight racism, white supremacy, we need some strong people. Where do people start getting strong? When?
When you fall down.
That's not the answer I'm looking for. They start getting strong before the sperm meets the egg. You know, people used to insult people by saying, "You're a bird brain." You know, because birds have little tiny brains. But I say the bird knows you build a nest before you lay an egg. Are you all with me? Yeah. See, nobody has to feel bad. In other words, we have been victimized by a system that does not want us to be strong and functional. The system can't tolerate black people being strong, self-respecting, and functional. And so it creates where we are. But if people are going to be strong, I would say, "Now, don't chase me out. I believe in systems." See, if I could wave a magic wand, because I'm trying to get an army of self-respecting black people. So I would say, black people need to be 35 as males, 30 as females, before having sex. Oh! And they need to be married. Because what the system has us doing, see, we're under fire 24/7. This is stress city. At least for people to be old, because if I'm 14, 15, there's no way I can pass on strength to a child. There's no possible way. There's no possible way that I can take care of somebody for 25 years to stand them on their feet. Are you with me? Yes. In formal slavery, we were breeders. in foster care who were sexually abused, 10 foster homes. How can somebody come out sane? The intention for them to come out sane was not the goal. You also have, see, this is like fight back. Me, oh no, you're not genociding us. You see, but they have, see, once you teach people, call yourself a gangster, call yourself a thug, call yourself a bitch and a hoe, then it doesn't matter what happens to you. What's supposed to happen to a bitch? What's supposed to happen to a hoe? What's supposed to happen to a dog? Right. The system says, hey, I'm really wiping you off. If I can. And the only response is, no, you're not. No, you're not, for those who can. No, you're not. But see, we don't really have a convincing response to that. So they can, how many people have seen CNN and Soledad O'Brien talking about Jonestown? And they keep putting it on, and putting it on, and putting it on. 1,000 black people were killed. I say they had to be gassed, following a white Jesus called Jim Jones. I say they had to be gassed because dogs don't drink Kool-Aid. And they had dogs dead, laying with their feet up in the air. You see, and if you had drunk cyanide, you would be convulsing but not laying straight. But what they're doing is saying, now we're going to kill 1,000 of them and see how they react. Let's see, we'll kill 40 and call it the Atlanta child murder. They don't react. Let's see, I killed 2,000 in Haiti and tell them it is tolerant. They have no reaction. Are you all with me? These are experimental testing. See what they do. Have we succeeded in having them repeat gangster and thug and bitch and hoe and nigger? And saying those are terms of endearment. We have to give the system a series of A+. Mission accomplished. Mission tournament won. You see, so we have to think, how can we start valuing ourselves? See, when people are working, see, if you turn on your TV in the morning, you're getting fight, 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 fight. Blonde white women, fight, fight, fight. Fight, 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 fight. Fight, 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 fight. See, and then Anderson Cooper can come on CNN and have the little children, a little 3-year-old white child. How many of you saw those programs? Yes. Too bad the audience didn't see it. Because they gave little white children a strip with colored faces on it. You know, like white face, little tan face, all the way to a black face. 3-year-old white child. Which child is stupid? Without hesitation, the black child. Which child is ugly? Which child is bad? Without a moment's hesitation. And then they did the same thing with some black children. Beautiful little children. Which child is ugly? Black. Which child is dumb and stupid? Black. See, in both parents, white parent and, oh, we don't know how. Those are just primary lessons in the system of racism, white supremacy. And all you have to do is put a child in front of the television and they learn the lesson. Not to mention conversation that might go on in the household about, isn't that girl pretty? Now, was she crystal black? No. See, it's the vibe fell. My back is turned, but the vibe fell. See, we have to get in touch with the truth. See, little black babies, the day they're born, the family goes to the hospital, they're looking through the glass, the nurse says, this one is yours. No, that must be a mistake. No, that check the bracelet again. What does the system teach? If you're black, get back. If you are brown, stick around. See, I can do this in London. And same, if you are yellow, and if you're white. See, now this is just color code white genetic survival. Because the more genetic power you have, your skin is crystal black. A next lesser level of melanin production, so-called brown, slide red in there, and yellow. White is none at all. And so it stands to reason, if the system is about white genetic survival, dark has to be out. So parents bring the little children to the psychiatrist. Dr. Welsing, my daughter says she's going to kill herself because the boys say she's too dark to date. Are you all with me? See, we have to cure, if we're going to have any response going this way, we have to cure color sickness, hair sickness, feature sickness. Are you all with me? See, just embrace yourself. Just say, this is fascinating. I tell my patients, don't say I'm stupid. Just say, this is interesting. This behavior that I have is fascinating. The behavior is just coming from what the system is ramming 24/7 non-stop for is genetic survival. See, teach them to hate themselves, and then all we have to do is bring some drugs in. Well, first we have to have unemployment. See, now it costs $45,000, $50,000 to maintain one black man in prison for a year. Why couldn't he be paid $45,000, take care of himself, a wife and 2 children? Oh no, we would rather have him locked up. Learn how to be a lady. Are you all with me? The person doesn't have to feel bad. No, a system is operating on us that we don't have a clue about. But we can begin to understand. Where there is no vision, the people will perish. Where there's no understanding, the people will perish. So we have to make up our minds that, wait a minute, we better understand this. Because just like Hitler said, I don't care about their religion. Talking about Semites of the Jewish religion. Read Hitler, Mein Kampf. He said, I don't care about their religion. I'm killing them because they're not white. See, we got a whole lot of black people who are miscegenated and could pass for white. That's what the Semites of the Jewish religion. They came out of North Africa. But if you move up into Europe and you miscegenate, we got a lot of black people. I think I'm going to have a baby by a white man because it's going to give my child a better chance. Anybody hear that before? We know all about that. So they had the same process going. They thought they were in. You see, but Germany's economy went south. Does that sound familiar? And when everybody is shaking and nervous, Adolf Hitler came on the scene. So what we're going to do is go. We're going to kill him. I'm going to kill 11 million was the number he set for himself. He succeeded in killing 6 million. See, 6 million. You ever start wondering where the people who are moved out with gentrification, where are they? Where are they going? Out of sight, out of mind. And if we are in a state of not caring about ourselves, we won't even raise the question. See, we will not raise the question because, what, I don't care about myself? I don't like the way I look? It's okay if I'm dead. So, what? It's not about frightening, it's about, see, and I say this, that the creator of the universe made black people the first people. I'm not talking about a monkey. The first human beings, the first people to know about family life, the first people to know about God, the first people to know about mathematics, philosophy, architecture, engineering. And the Creator said, I made you the parents of everybody on the planet. So I think that the Creator, in a certain sense, is, okay, I'm going to test them. I'm going to have them taken through hell. And let me see whether they will rise up with what I made them to be. We are the parents of everybody, including white people. All we have to do is have a mutation to albinism, and that's white. Here's a passage in the Bible. The sons of God saw the daughters of man, and they were fair. Meaning the sons of God, the crystal black people, saw the daughters that were mutations from man, and they were fair. What does fair mean? White. See, and it's just like I gave a lecture in New Hampshire a long time ago, and I told the white people, I said, you know, maybe we owe you all an apology. We black people. So maybe we were the first child abusers. Because we are the first people. How many people are reading the articles that are coming out of Africa about how black people are treating the albino mutants? Yeah. Mistreatment, right? So here's the huge continent of Africa. Here's the Mediterranean. Here's these little tiny countries of Europe. Human life began right in this area. Right? These are crystal black people. Right? But for some reason, some albino mutants were produced. And we chased them out. And I say, that's the book of Genesis. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden. They ate the forbidden fruit and became ashamed of their nakedness. See, doctors even now try to, some abnormality comes about. One of the first things we want to ask the mother, what did you eat? Did you eat the forbidden fruit? So the albino mutants were pushed out. And directly north of Africa is what? Europe. So they were pushed out up here. And thousands of years they collected, formed a big group. And then what did they do? They came back home and got the mothers and fathers who rejected them and took them west to America and said, now you're going to take care of the white baby. Put that little black baby in a box out in the field, and you're going to nurse this white baby, and you're going to take care of us without charge. And then Western culture history said that Western civilization began where? Come on, class, you don't want to repeat Greek? Rome. And the founders of Rome, Romulus and Remus. And what were they doing? So Romulus and Remus had to suckle on a wolf. That means they are foster children. Are you all with me? And then what do Romulus and Remus start a culture that says what? The dog. See, the wolf is a canine. The dog is a canine. And the culture says the dog is man's best friend. The dog is treated better than the black people. Are you all with me? Right. See, and if anybody has any experience, a psychiatrist sees this all the time. Let's say a child is given up by the parent. And so, the fantasy is that one day the mother and child will get back together and they will embrace and live happily ever after. But that's not what happens. There may be an initial embrace. And then what is the child's response going to be? You gave me up. You so much. Are you all with me? And anger and hurt and mistreatment follow. So I say, maybe this is the whole story. And so what do? We apologize to the white people. And say, but now, since you set up this system of injustice, we're going to stop it. So this is not going to continue. Because this is not the way that we can have peace on this planet. And we are the parent people of the planet. And we are going to take our parental responsibility. Because I could see the Creator sitting up, he, she, combination of both maybe, saying, hey, I made you all the first people on the planet. I gave you everything. Nobody is more than you. So don't call on me. I don't want to hear it. I want to see whether you are in touch. I hear that black people are the most religious people. Are we in touch? See, are we in touch? You know, even the white people say, what? The most powerful thing in the universe is what? A black hole. And now they've discovered the thing that holds it all together is dark matter. Now I say that if we are hating black, see, we need to review. George Washington Carver, black man, crystal black man. He said he would go out early in the morning when it was quiet, and the plants would talk to him and tell him what they could do. See, this pigment, black, is a superior absorber of energy. Everything is energy. Everything is energy. What if these cells that we wish we could get rid of, oh God, give me some more bleach. And what if the Creator is saying, I gave you, they say, scientists say the melanocyte that produces this black pigment is the second most sophisticated cell in the human body, second only to the best, BETZ, cells that are in the cerebral cortex that we think with. And we can't stand it. God, please make me white. Dr. Welsing, please create a pill that if I take on Monday, it'll turn me white. And that second pill you got, that you got on eBay selling it, will give me long, straight hair. And that third pill will give me white features. See, I can charge $1 million a pill, and we would find our way to buy it. Do you all understand? And if you don't think you feel that way, ask your little children. What is mommy's favorite color of a person? What is daddy's favorite color? A little child will tell us what we think is beautiful. And so you just use that, not to shame yourself, you just use it as a corrective. You say, this is fascinating how I've been programmed under racism, white supremacy. This is absolutely fascinating. So do you all follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
People who classify themselves as white are not going to deliver us. And the question is whether we care enough about ourselves to deliver us. Well, let me stop and let you all ask some questions.
We're very pleased tonight to have one of the great Africans of all times, a great scholar, a great teacher, a great author, and above all, a great person. And that's Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
I wish tonight I had a message equal to your enthusiasm.
All right.
But I got to tell you the truth.
All right. Talk to us.
We reached a milestone
All right.
in our march toward liberation, and we've halted at the threshold of liberation, arguing nonsense,
All right.
doing nonsense things.
All right.
A few years ago, a brother out in the Midwest did a book called Why We Lose. Very few people read the book, and he borrowed against his pension to publish the book, and he still have most of the copies in his house. Very few black people dare to read the book, Why We Lose. As a journalist, I used to have a column called Misdirected Energy.
All right. All right.
How we put our energy in the wrong direction for wrong purposes.
All right.
The subject of my talk for tonight
All right.
is freedom is not free.
All right.
Once you understand the nature of victory, you have to understand how to protect victory. And once you understand the value of time and energy and resources, you have to understand how to pull it together and make it protect you.
All right.
When you understand the nature of time, you don't waste time.
All right.
The golden age of African awareness, the golden age of a reawakening to ourselves was the 19th century. The golden age of struggle was not the 20th century, but the 19th century.
All right.
Struggle is the highest form of education.
All right.
We were educating ourselves through struggle.
All right.
We were learning through struggle.
All right.
We've thrown the lesson away
All right.
and misdirected our energy
All right.
by not asking the right questions.
All right.
Now I am very unpopular in places where I used to be popular because I dare to ask some questions of popular people who I say are first-rate con men.
All right. Talk to us. All right. All right. Go ahead.
I dare to ask, what are you doing with your energy? What are you doing with your time and your resources. What are other people doing? Why do other people with less time and less resources achieving more than you? You got 100 times more than the Japanese ever had. You got more land than they've ever seen. You got a greater potential than they ever had. They don't have enough land to grow enough vegetables. And yet they're almost self-sustained in food. You got all the land available to you. And yet you buy most of your food from other people and lose most of the land through taxation that you could pay. You lost something. And when a people lose this thing, a container that I call nation, and when you lose nation, you lose more than land. You use a concept of the mind. Why do people structure something away from their historical geography that you cannot do? Why then is it East Indian must come and run a store in your neighborhood and a Korean? And you complain about a job when you should own the store and the real estate. And if he owned the store, he should be renting from you.
There you go. There you go.
All ethnic groups control at least the real estate in their neighborhood. You don't own the real estate in your neighborhood, and there was a time you could have bought up every boarded up house. All they wanted you to do is to fix them up and put them back on the tax roll. And you didn't do it. Why can't you see yourself as the managers of great wealth? Until you manage the wealth-producing resources of your neighborhood or your nation, you are not free. When you are dependent on your former colonial master or your former slave master for the safety pin that holds your child's diaper together, you are not free. To be a slave is not necessarily to be hungry. A lot of people are hungry and they are not slaves. To be a slave is not necessary to work hard. A lot of people work hard and they are not slaves. To be a slave is not to be able to determine your own destiny. Until you can close a door or close a community and say who goes here and on what terms, you have no sovereignty and you have no true freedom. Now, what have you done with your time since we retreated from the golden age of nationalism in the 19th century? Let's look at that golden age of 19th century. Why did we do so much when we had nothing, not even basic freedom? And why are we doing so less? Now we got all kind of freedom, we get lost in it. We're killing each other. Where do we find all these guns? We don't make any of them. Where are we finding all this dope? We don't refine any of it. We don't own any of the equipment that takes the substance and makes it into dope. We don't control the borders that let it into the country. Why so easy to find? Because they control your mind, they control your body. Give you the illusion In the 19th century, we didn't think of ourselves as Caribbean people, African American people, and African people. All of us were African people.
All right. There you go. All right.
We didn't have our nose in the air thinking England was our motherland.
All right.
You fool, how can your slave master's country be your motherland?
All right.
We didn't think that way.
Nope.
All of us knew that we had one motherland, and it was Africa. And we reached out to each other. We joined each other's freedom movement. We pastored in each other's church. We realized there's no solution until there's a solution for all of us. But the historical spot of our beginning was Africa.
All right.
We come to the 20th century. We do not study enough history of other people to understand how they succeeded.
All right.
The Japanese were put in concentration camps in the Second World War. They came out of concentration camps. They got all their property back. They got money, they got reparations. Not one march, not one leaflet, not one fist in the air. And all you know is you ain't got nothing.
All right. There you go. Talk to us.
What did they do?
All right.
In the so-called Holocaust, Jews got billions of dollars, even the money to lay the basis for a piece of stolen property they called Israel. A land that never belonged to the Europeans.
All right.
But homeland. Homeland for who? If God promised anybody a homeland, they created the God that promised them the homeland and don't even worship that God anymore. God gave them some land. God gave some other people some land according to their folklore.
All right.
Didn't give it to a European. The European claimed he belatedly came converted to the faith because he didn't want to get in the war between the Christians and the Arabs. So he chose another option. He chose the tradition that went with it. He don't relate to Jacob and Isaac and all those people. He was happy in Europe. They started kicking his butt. Then he said he wants a homeland. When they was financing Napoleon's army, Napoleon wanted to give him Palestine. You can have it, he said. They said, who wants to see your sand? Now, why other people are successful while you fail? Because you lost an essential ingredient.
All right.
An East Indian comes here with a concept of having come from a nation.
Right. There you go.
He has in his mind the formation of a geographical piece of land called a nation.
All right.
In this nation,
All right.
he has judges, juries,
All right.
counselors, good men, bad men.
All right.
Put it all together, it spells nation.
All right.
The concept of nation has been wiped from your mind. You don't know how Africans controlled nations before they took that out of your mind. You will not read your history.
All right.
You read Europeans' interpretation of your history, which takes you out of history. Why did the Japanese succeed? 2 atomic bombs, defeat in war. now the people who defeated them are begging them for commercial space in the world. What did the Japanese refuse to let people take away from them?
All right.
The concept of nation in the concept of God as they conceive God to be.
All right.
You do not have an African concept of God, and you dare not think about one.
All right. All right. There you go.
You don't worship a single religion that has an African concept of God.
Uh-oh. All right.
Your Christian God, your Christian concept of religion was created at the conference at Nicaea 325 A.D. The Christ you worship was created a few hundred years later in Italy
All right.
by Michelangelo, an artist with a gender problem.
All right. All right.
Now, who between the conference at Nicaea 325 A.D. in the 1500s, when the Pope commissioned that picture to be painted, what did the people turn to for Jesus Christ?
All right.
Nobody, because they hadn't presented him to him.
All right.
Who they come? Why they get the whole Virgin Mary concept came out of Nicaea. Here they Europeanized the faith and gave it to you, and you bought their concept, not your concept. And yet there's a body of great literature, some dealing with your concept that you will not read. John Jackson devoted most of his life telling you your side of the religious story. People make concepts to suit the minds they hope to control.
All right.
Do you think the Christians dare to live by Christianity, the whites?
All right.
Do you think the Arabs dare to live by Islam? He wants you to live by it.
All right.
But the Arab is the bastard child of a bastard child. He's made from the waste matter of Europe and Western Asia, and he's every part of everything he ever slept with. He will sleep with anything, this male and sometimes female and male. And you followed after him like a fool. Think he's got some ways to lead you. You're misusing your energy. I just don't think you listen very well.
You're right. You're right.
Farrakhan made a speech last year and told you
All right.
that your eyebrows and your hair, texture on your head, supposed to be the same. And if it wasn't, then you was cursed by some mysterious God. Because there are black people in the world with curly hair and dark skin who was not cursed.
All right.
Now he's creating a whole lot of mythology, but nobody knows enough to challenge him, except somebody like myself and Dr. Ben. Anytime you say God cursed anybody,
All right.
you're a liar and a hypocrite, because gods do not curse.
All right. All right.
Which gets me back into why we waste our energy go off following people without asking the serious question, leader, where are you leading me?
All right, thank you. All right. There you go.
Why don't we analyze
All
something?
right, there you go.
I have no problem with the Million Man March if they were marching for
All
something.
right, there you go.
But if you use the word atonement,
Uh-oh. All right,
who am I atoning for?
all right. All right,
What am I atoning? Let somebody atone to me.
all right.
We built the first society that blended the energy and the significance of man and woman
All right,
and didn't put one over the other and accepted the woman as the life giver. We built the first society where women rode at the head of her army, the first society where the woman headed the state, the first society where the woman was a god.
all right.
You gonna leave her out of something?
All right,
Are you out of your mind?
all right.
Hitler said that she's good for the bed, the kitchen, and the church. Are you going down that route?
All right,
Fool!
all right.
In Africa, she's not the king, she's the kingmaker.
All right.
She got to be one or the other. Have you ever studied the structure of the Baptist church? Who do you think make deacons? Deacons don't make deacons. Deacons go home and consult their wives. And the deacon vote for who the wife tell him to vote for or get out of their house. Do you think men run churches all by themselves? If the women leave the Baptist church, they close the doors, sell the real estate. All of a sudden, you join a religion as a male chauvinist murder cult and start imitating some damn Arabs. Gonna leave the women at home, you know, to pray and take care of the children. Either she go or it has no meaning. But if you're not going to collect anything, why go? If you're not going to ask for anything, why go? Let's look at the strategic planning. There's not enough extra space in Washington for 1 million men to take a pee. All right, but all the people you got in Washington, march 1 million men into Washington. Suppose all of them wanted to urinate. Where are they going to go?
All right.
Hotels, where are they going to go? You got conventions in Washington all the time.
All right.
The one lone black hotel sometimes gets the spillover on the weekends from the white hotel.
That's right.
And it's about to close because it don't get enough in the week business.
All right.
Howard Inn, most people otherwise don't stay there anyway.
That's right.
Now say we're going to atone, what are we atoning for?
That's right. There you go.
Nobody atoned for us. The oppressor doesn't atone.
No.
He built a whole society on your blood, your sweat. The Japanese didn't march, they collected. The Jews didn't march, they collected.
That's right.
They came from a concept called the state.
All right.
Once you take that concept out of your mind, you are dependent on other people.
All right.
That East Indian, he can look back at Big Bad India, the second most populated country in the world. The Chinese can look back at China, the most populated country in the world. When you look back at Africa, you don't know what to look back at. You look back at Africa, I don't belong over there. Then the miseducated Africans say, you don't belong over here. Because the concept of state has been wiped from his mind. The educated African don't know what kind of state existed in Africa before the Europeans. I don't mind marching. I've been in a whole lot of marches in my life. Everything of significance in the fight for black liberation for the last 60 years in New York City, I've been a part of it.
All right.
Left and right. March with the communists, march with the socialists, march with anybody that I believed in.
All right.
But what is the march for? With slavery in Mauritania, in the Sudan, nobody is willing to march on a single Arab embassy.
All right.
The Arabs not only kill black men, take their women, make them work in the field all day, and use them sexually at night.
All right.
The Arab is vicious in the sexual exploitation of black women. So what you getting so do-eyed over them for?
All right. All right.
You have to create the religion and it turned on you. You should reconceptualize it based on your need and not give a damn whether anybody likes it or not. It will suit your purpose. I didn't say leave any of it. I said make it over to suit your need. I don't care
All right.
whether people like it. One of the great flaws in the left movement that Russia said that they are officially an atheist nation. What fool would have such a little knowledge of people that they would declare themselves an atheist nation? Now, I hold all forms of organized religion in contempt. And yet I'm so spiritual, I won't even step on a cockroach. I love life so much.
All right.
I don't think it was necessary to organize religions.
All right.
They were better before you organized them and put one against the other. I know there's a force in the universe larger than me.
All right.
I know I can't make the rain. I can't make a single flower or petal of a rose.
All right.
I can't bring back the spring or the winter. I know there's something there that I have to be beholden to.
All right.
If you call it God, that's your privilege.
All right.
I choose to respect it
All right.
without necessarily calling it anything. In living in Africa, among the God people, I became a believer in their faith or belief system. They think God comes, only they don't use the word God, comes out of a body of fresh, lives in a body of fresh water, and that he renews his strength by each hour. And in difficulties, They go by a body of fresh water. That makes just as much sense to me as you praying to some God in the sky that you never saw.
All right. All right.
When we look at their lives, their individual lives, when they spell it out. When I went to the first wave, when everybody is a part of everything. When each time the widow mourns, women of her age group mourns with her. When they dance out the life of the deceased. And at the funeral, they walk through the neighborhood with big sheets and people throwing money on the sheets. All this is collected, given to the elders, and she spends 6 weeks at the home of the elders. She comes home, and now I knew where the custom came from. They've taken all the furniture out of the house, washed everything. She's not moved out of her house. They've taken care of the children during her absence. They give her new clothes. She must never wear any clothes she wore while her husband was alive. And they're singing, as long as there's clothes among your people, you have clothes. They present great bodies of food, platters of food, and each lady with a separate dish, quantity, and she have to taste each one. As long as there's food among your people, you have food. I said, this is Social Security built into a society. How dare you call these people uncivilized? Nobody's going to a relief bureau. She's going to her own people. She's not getting out of her house. She's not evicted. Cousins, uncles, all gather, make sure she's taken care of. So many uncles take care of the school fees for the children, so many does that. And the brother that's left is responsible for locating her a new husband, or taking her into his household as one of his wives. I don't care how they sound to you, but at least you got one. You haven't got one. Society has made provisions for her never to be alone. Now you can understand why there was no prostitution in these societies until the foreigners came. When you obey the custom that you made, when you didn't have a word for jail, because you took care of these things within the structure of the family, but you became addicted to foreign concepts, and you lost the most important thing a people must have, the concept of the state.
All right.
And when you lose the physical state, you must never lose the mental state that you carry in your mind.
All right.
And when they take you away from the physical state, you can recreate the state away from home. What are the East Indians doing building stores in your neighborhood? They're doing what you're supposed to do. They're building the structure of the state. They're building in your neighborhood because they can get away with building in your neighborhood because you are not doing it. There's an opportunity here that you're not taking advantage of. You are not understanding the nature of your own culture. Now let's deal with that other march and something that went unnoticed. The Eastern Parkway March that they've been trying to kill for years.
All right.
They don't want it, period.
All right.
They moved the island, you've been to Harlem lately. They moved that island out of the middle of Lenox Avenue. They want to make Lenox Avenue broad enough for that. Then they're going to suggest, why not have it in Harlem, where it started? Lenox Avenue still is not broad, even with the island gone, not broad enough for that march. And it shouldn't be there anyway.
All right. There you go.
They don't want you to celebrate culture, if indeed that's what you are doing.
All right.
Because if you understand Caribbean culture, a few people do, Caribbean culture is not sexual gyrations down the street. Caribbean culture is heroic and beautiful. It's a long struggle. If you had a parade with emphasis on true Caribbean culture, the parade would last 1 year and that would be the end of it. Because you would tell of struggle, you would tell of Babis revolt, you would tell of Kojo, you would tell of Kojo's sister, Granny Nanny, you would tell of Mary Seacole, who came ahead of Florence Nightingale. You'd have a float for her. You would tell of the revolt that followed the facsimile emancipation, because emancipation in the Caribbean island was a fraud and a fakery. And by the time they got boasting about the fraud and the fakery, they awakened to discover that, hell, they were still slaves. They were still on the same plantation. Now they had to take care of the clothing, the housing. They still had to work for a pittance, and there was no other place to work. But the Caribbean free man called their attention to this. And set in motion, especially in Jamaica, the Morat Bay Revolt 1865. When the beginning of the emancipation was 30 years before, then what are they fighting for in 1865? They're fighting for the fact that they realized the emancipation was a fraud. God, look at all the great culture you have. And one of the main reasons that culture succeeded in being the basis of the revolt, and why the revolts were so successful, they had an African culture continuity.
All right.
Because they didn't break them up as ruthless they broke us up here in the United States. They didn't outlaw the drum as ruthless they outlawed our drum. They didn't outlaw the African language. They could speak to each other in a manner that their master could not understand. He said, oh, that's just gibberish, you know. It wasn't gibberish. It's the African language.
All right.
When Toussaint Louverture, who needs re-evaluation because if it was today, he'd be a middle-class cop-out. Dessalines was the real hero of the Haitian Revolution. But after they kidnapped Toussaint, a man who was streetwise for his day, Christophe, went to see Napoleon's cousin, Leclerc. Toussaint was naive enough to go with one coachman and got kidnapped. Streetwise Christophe marched a company of soldiers in Leclerc's living room, surrounding him on every side. He'd march up to the Frenchman and say, "Monsieur Leclerc, what do you want?" He said, "Surrender the island." He spoke to Leclerc's servant in an African language. The servant was a captain in the Haitian army and a spy in Leclerc's household. He gave the spy an order. Give the order, burn Cape Haitian, burn the city down.
All right.
He started the burning, the French started retreating to the hills. And the Africans just beat those African drums. And each time they come close to the drum would retreat. These Frenchmen went stark, raving mad without firing a shot. African culture
All right.
defeated them.
All right.
You can't use it unless you can preserve it.
All right. There you go.
So when you come to Eastern Parkway, what you are seeing is a grand and colorful show, but not Caribbean culture. You're seeing a great Caribbean show.
All right. All right.
If it was about Caribbean culture, it would be about Granny Nanny. They tell so many lies about Granny Nanny, it's hard to get to the truth.
All right.
They said people shoot a bullet at her and she would turn against the bullet, and the wind from her behind would throw the bullet right back in the face of the shooter and kill it. But she was a great strategist, far better than her brother Kojo. I wonder if we didn't have a float celebrating that.
All right. All right.
Of the great male rebels, Manson, and Taki. The retreat from the hills. Different revolts on other islands. Oh, they were most numerous on the island of Jamaica and more numerous than Haiti. Haiti fought a short period and won independence. Jamaica fought a long period and didn't. The circumstances simply wasn't conducive. Napoleon sent that first-rate army to Haiti a little too late. And besides, those Haitian generals outsmarted them. Sent dogs. Dessalines said that before it's all over, I'll make them eat those dogs. He surrounded the French army, deprived them of food and supplies, till in the final analysis, they were eating those dogs.
All right.
That's strategy.
All right.
Go have a Caribbean parade. That had to be part of it.
All right.
Sexual gyration is a private thing between you and your private mate with the room closed.
All right.
Has no business in a parade at all.
All right.
In this last parade, whose Grand Marshal was a Mediterranean mulatto passing for white,
All right.
if you think the Italians are white, think again.
All right.
You forgot to notice something on that screen. At the bottom of the screen,
Thank you.
there was a sign saying, all rights reserved. So that means if you wanted to video and sell your own culture, you have to have their permission. They've copyrighted it now. Imitation though it is, it no longer belongs to you. They wanted half of the money from the vendors. And the heads of the parade gave them the money. It's not yours anymore.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a money-making scheme for the city.
All right.
The Jews are not going to stop until they get it off Eastern Parkway, period.
All right. All right.
What am I trying to say to you at a critical time in your history when we look at all the nations in the Caribbean islands, when we look at the Civil Rights Movement, the Caribbean independence movement, the African independence explosion, and you do not see one single African-oriented nation in all the world, because all of them are imitation European states.
All right.
Ruled by people with African bodies and European minds. Where do we go from here? Who do we follow?
All right.
People are hurt because I said, instead of marching,
All right.
why can't we stay home, save the money, and buy up our community? Is it going to cost $40 bus fare, $20 food, that's $60. Add $60 1 million times, you got more money than the gross national income of Canada.
All right.
You got more money than the income of most of the nations of the world.
All right.
We can buy a supermarket for every major black community in this country.
All right.
We can buy the farmland to raise all the peas we want for the cans we want to put them in. We can drive camel out of the soup business.
That's it.
Using our own vegetables. We can employ at least 1/3 of all the blacks in the United States. But we're going to have to trust each other.
That's it. There you go.
We can have a banking system. A banking system, the rival of that of most of the nations in the world.
All right.
A credit union system. We should never go in the store and buy things $1 down and $1 later. Let the credit union buy it, you pay the credit union. If you're going to pay cash, you can bargain.
All right.
And the credit union will pay, you can get less percentage that way. The main reason we have not organized ourselves because we've lost that concept of nation and we do not trust each other.
That's it. There you go. There you go.
We do not trust each other because we've listened to our enemies interpreting us.
There you go. There you go.
I have been invited to the 50th anniversary of the 5th Pan-African Congress in Manchester, England. Out of the 5th Pan-African Congress, called by Nkrumah, Padmore, Amy Ashwood Garvey, Peter Abrams, Zeke of Nigeria, John Stone Kenyatte, later Jomo Kenyatte, came the concept of African independence, African states. Why were these states destroyed? Because the Western world decided they would never let the African handle the wealth of Africa.
All right.
Why did they let Nelson Mandela superficially come to power? Because they knew Nelson Mandela would not do the most essential thing to come into power, is ask for the restoration of the land.
All right.
Land is the basis of nation.
All right.
When he came to power, whites owned 87% of the land. They still own 87% of the land.
All right.
Nelson Mandela do not control his chauffeur.
All right.
Now you know why he had to get rid of Winnie Mandela.
All right.
She's a nationalist. He did more good in jail. Because in jail we had the illusion that he was a revolutionist.
There you go.
He came out and proved he was never a revolutionist at all.
That's it.
No revolutionist would come out of jail, become president of a country, and demand nothing.
That's it.
Black children are still being stoned for trying to get into previously all-white schools, all-white neighborhoods. Black Americans are going to South Africa and going into business with white people. They don't even know what's happening.
That's it.
Reverend Sullivan and his group, they are about pan-capitalism, not Pan-Africanism. They're the servants of the corporations.
All right.
The corporations got their seed money from the slave trade.
All right.
You can expect them to participate in African liberation One of the main reasons I'm being invited to come to Manchester, England to address the anniversary meeting of the Pan-African Congress is that there is an integrationalist group. Now everybody want to help Africans. Germans are in there, Dutch are in there. So when they become Pan-Africanists, the Dutch said that they are ordained by God to rule over the lesser breeds. How did they get in there? So the black group asked me to come to address the situation of Africa for the Africans. These whites were in there and tell the Africans, you have to share.
All right.
All the African had to do is say, I will share with you in Africa only to the extent you're willing to share with me in Europe. Land I will never share, because land is sacred as my mother's womb. You do not share land, and they're not going to make any more land. We have lost millions of acres of land because a lot of people in the north could have sent money south to pay the taxes, and they hadn't done it.
All right.
And the older people had to lose the land because they couldn't keep it up.
All right.
Couldn't keep up the taxes. We had land we could have kept
All right.
because we did not understand the significance of land, because the significance of land is concurrent with the significance of nation. We not only must listen, we must analyze.
All right.
Chancellor Williams, in his Destruction of Black Civilization, laid out a basic plan for the world movement of African people. Most people never read it. Sheikh Anta Diop, in his book, Africa, the Politics of a Federated State, showed you that the river bottoms of Africa can grow enough food for all Africa and 1/3 of the world. He raised the question, why is Africa buying anything from people outside?
All right.
Last time I was in Barbados, I went to a reception. What were we eating? Sardines from Nova Scotia. I go to the ocean, just stand there. The flying fish is jumping up, almost begging you to catch him free of charge. Please catch me and eat me. I want to be useful to somebody. Good white red snapper right off the shoulder. Great varieties of fish. All you have to get in your boat, go out there and get it. And you are sardines from Nova Scotia. And that's the mind. The British train you to eat what the British want to sell.
That's right.
Big cement houses, 18 inches thick. Now, what in the hell is a climate like that? You 18 inches thick in a house.
That's it.
Same thing is true in Ghana. First year I was there, they imported $14 million worth of canned fish. You got tuna right outside of, in the ocean. I was out fishing and the Ghanaians catch a fish and threw it back. I said, why do you keep throwing this fish back? They said, that's tuna. I said, oh, it's tuna, all right. He said, we don't like tuna. Now the Japanese and everybody's out there taking that tuna, making a fortune. They don't like tuna. If you take a fresh piece of tuna you never seen a can, marinate him, put a good cyst on him, you got some good tasting fish. Because the sister lay her righteous hand on a piece of food sometime, you don't know what she put on it. All you know is you can't stop eating it.
All right.
She turns around to the left and to the right, and a little dash of this, a little dash of that. She can't even tell you what she did. All she knows, it comes out right. We've forgotten our tradition. We've forgotten how we built a state. We've forgotten how to listen.
All right.
Had we listened to the speech Farrakhan made at the Apollo, listen to the same Farrakhan speech he made in the mosque The difference, we know two speeches. Then what was this thing raising the fund for Betty about?
All right.
Trying to cover up the fact that Farrakhan helped to create the atmosphere and the attitude that led to the assassination of Malcolm X.
All right.
Trying to get himself off the hook.
All right.
Then listen to a speech at Abyssinia Baptist Church. People think it must be the worst thing in the world that you would dare call Farrakhan a con man. And I did call Farrakhan a con man because I think he's one of the most unique con men of the 20th century.
All right. All right.
I didn't say he was dumb.
All right.
He is smart. He is
right.
clever. He is good.
right.
And he is still a con man.
All right.
If he brings off this march, he's going to say your only salvation is to become a Muslim.
All right.
And yet he would not criticize a single Arab.
All right.
He hadn't even explained to you what happened to the $5 million he got from Libya.
All right.
Leadership is accountability.
All right. There you go.
If you cannot be accountable to the people, you've got no business leading the people.
All right.
We're going to fall into another Arab trick, make the Arabs strong enough to take all Africa.
All right.
Now this might be hard on your imagination, but can you imagine an Africa without Africans?
Yeah.
Because whites and Asians and Arabs
All right.
will take over Africa
That's it.
and push Africans out of it.
That's it.
And they will do it with the help
All right.
of blacks.
All right.
Some converted to Islam.
All right.
If we're going to survive on this earth, we must realize before there's nation time, there's going to have to be some serious thinking time.
All right.
Time to analyze what's happening to us.
That's it.
Time to ask the questions. Why don't we control at least the real estate in our community?
That's it.
We could have. If you opened a store in Chinatown, you wouldn't get one customer.
All right. That's it.
Why do they get so many customers in our neighborhood?
All right.
Ain't no mystery about Chinese food if that's what you want.
That's it.
A good black American cook can buy one Chinese dish and take it home and break it down, and the next day he can beat them cooking it.
That's it.
If Chinese food is what you want, we can give you that. Now I've seen it done. I've gone to restaurants and ate it. The food was good. I said, I'd like to compliment the chef. A black man walked out there. All the Chinese food was cooked by a black man. Remember a place in Harlem called Carr's Corner? Chinese food was cooked by a black man.
All right.
And it was good food too. Let's stop making excuses for ourselves. Let's stop celebrating victories we do not have. Let's take each other seriously. Let's stop wasting our energy killing each other. Let's reserve our fire for our enemies. let us realize that there's a war, not just on the black family, there's a war on the family concept.
All right. There you go.
And this war is being led by some disgruntled and disappointed women.
Uh-oh.
They're not only against black male and female relationships, they're against black male and female relationships, period.
Uh-oh.
And they do not understand what is norm. I just don't think a woman is designed to romance another woman.
All right.
Or a man another man.
All right. There you go.
Now this don't make no kind of sense. And all these people saying that we had this kind of thing in Africa before, you show me one single case before the coming of foreigners. I dare you to show me a case of prostitution in Africa before the coming of foreigners. I dare you to show me one case of a social disease in Africa before the coming of foreigners.
All right.
You know what I mean by social disease?
Yes, sir.
Syphilis, gonorrhea, and the Africans had diseases from unpolluted water and,
All right.
sleeping disease. That kind of disease they didn't have. That every invader of Africa did Africa more harm than good. And the worst damage done to you, it made you forget how you control a state before they got there. When you came to power, you became the imitators of his method in ruling power. Those methods will never suit the African. Broke up African states into little mini unviable states, mostly landlocked. In the old African system before Europe, every state had access to the sea. No landlocked nation. Now you're going to have relaxed borders, but Africans are going to have to build Africans. You need a generation of Africans educated in Africa by other Africans for the express purpose of serving Africa, with no concern about who likes it or dislikes it.
All right.
We made the wrong use of Western education. The Japanese took that education and turned it on those he got it from, and protected himself from those he got it from. We were not unique. We became a part of the trap, other than to use the education to stay out of the trap. Where do we go from here internationally? How do we tackle the terrible color fascination in the Caribbean islands? Different gradation, almost neighborhoods for brown-skinned people, neighborhoods for almost white people. How do you attack that kind of preference when people in their own family, they cut to pieces psychologically over shades of color? Nonsense. Our crude oppressor in the United States, while he didn't do us any favor, he just wasn't smart enough, he wasn't clever enough to set up a scheme as ruthless as the British. You can admire the British if you want to, but they're as ruthless as the Nazis in spreading racism. They won't cut your throat with a dirty knife because that's poor form, poor style. But your throat will get cut. And you're just as dead. The crude American don't care. He put all those color gradations, all those hair gradations, half white, quarter white, put them all in one bag. And put one word on the bag. Nigga. And you can figure it out. You want to fight over, that's your problem. He ain't gonna give you no separate neighborhood. Separate for the brown, separate for the almost white. No separate job category for the almost white. I was in Jamaica and I bet someone $10. It was about 10, 12 years after independence. I bet you I couldn't find one jet black bank clerk. He said, man, you know that's impossible. All right, put your $10. We wandered all over Jamaica, everywhere they had a bank. Not one jet black bank clerk over 10 years after independence. That job was a monopoly of the almost whites. You're independent of what?
All right.
Independent in comparison to what?
All right.
Still wearing blonde wigs in courts. The first thing you do when you are independent and understand the nature of your culture is to get rid of the trappings of your oppressor. And if you think you got to marry your oppressor's daughter, you're missing the point.
All right.
I hope we march for reasons. I don't like the word atonement.
All right.
Because the black woman did not come over on a separate air-conditioned slave ship.
All right.
She didn't have no separate auction block.
All right.
Her plight was the same as mine.
All right.
Her struggle is the same as mine. She's got no place to go except toward me and make some correction. If she have any grievance, stating them to anyone except me,
All right.
ain't gonna help.
All right. Thank you.
The white man has only three permanent positions in his society for her.
All right.
Give sex on demand,
All right.
clean his house,
Uh-oh.
and destroy black men.
All right.
Everything else in his life is temporary for her. And she's lying through her teeth if she thinks otherwise.
All right.
White women live ain't got nothing to do with you. You need a liberation movement,
All right.
stronger and higher than her.
All right.
You need a liberation movement that takes care of the internal problems within us. We've got problems, all right. There's some straightening to be done, all right. Black men need to socialize black men. Black women need to socialize black men. Then both of us need to come together and realize we have no destiny on this earth away from each other. We need to regain the concept of nation. We need to carry it wherever we are on the face of the earth. We need to train our children in the responsibility of nation. And when someone sees us, wherever we are on the face of the earth, we need to know there is an African person, that you don't stop ever being an African person. You never lose the geographical position of your beginning, because that is the historical womb from which you sprang. That is the basis of your strength, the basis of your future. Somewhere along the lines, in the march toward liberation, we lost our way. We misread the signboards. We read somebody else's street signs. We have to go back to the fork in the road, read those signboards again. When we see a sign saying Africa, saying solidarity, Pan-Africanism, African world nationalism, pointing to an African world community, we need to breathe easily and say, that's the road that will lead us home.